used and applied their ideas on this side. We can skip. So we will see the existing situation of the park. Even in the slide, we can see that they are not using the existing objects even in their purpose. They just use them to sit on them. We can skip. So these are the photos from the workshop where we have done with the childs actually. So we made it by modeling techniques actually. So they reflect their ideas by doing some models because
از خانم دکتر بپرس، از عمه خانم دکتر بپرس، از هر کی میخوای بپرس. دانشجویی که انگلیسیش اونقدر قوی نیست که 4 تا خط انگلیسی بخونه بهتر برگرده ایران. والله به خدا.
Can I? For you, not from us.
I think a mistake from the microphones.
Okay, so these are, we can see their ideas, they represented ideas, and it's written in Turkish, but they said that we would like to freedom, we would like to have to freedom. And also we can see that even the spaces they organized actually. So everybody, please, can you close your microphone?
درخواست دانشجو داره، بعدم نوشته شده که اگر تصمیم گرفتید دیگه این سیستم باشه بعدا نمیتونی برگردی بگی منو تو سیستم
I think the host can close microphone.
یعنی چیزای کلیش همین جوریه. حالا بعد از امتحانا وقتی نمره ها داده شد دیگه دانشجو درخواست میکنه اگر خواست
I don't know how can
نمره
Rush is available
satisfactory تو سیستمش میذارن.
Mr. Rurak.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I apologize.
So, okay. They specify
please conclude in 1 minute.
Okay, they specify actually the importance of freedom. They would like to feel free. They would like to feel free. So even they design their spaces according to these freedom spaces. Their shapes are not defined, some specific spaces or some specific ways to play. And then from gathering these ideas, the designers, architectural faculty students, made offer some other design tools, and then they applied on the side their designs. So we can skip. These are the images of application side. Can stay. So as a result, we can say that we can summarize the participatory design approach as this, analyzing the existing situation of the selected space by designers and brainstorming with the users of space and design proposals by the users. So we use the modeling techniques for the childs, and then by observing the design development by the designers, professional designers, and then production and application. We can skip. I would like to shortly tell about the conclusions. Yeah, yes, it's good. So according, I skipped the literature review part, but you can find detailed video on YouTube, or you can read the paper. According to literature review, we can say that we can stay. Can we stay? Okay. We can clearly say that children need to be socialized and interact with other people and explore themselves for their well-being and development. So also, according to the case study and the literature review, we can say also that freedom and cleanliness were the most significant needs for child playgrounds for children. And public playgrounds are the best places for children to explore themselves and interact with the environment and the others. So therefore, a participatory design approach was offered as a new way to design public playgrounds which meet the needs of children with improving their well-being and development. So because as adult people, we cannot imagine their world. So this is a real important requirement. So we can skip the other slide.
Okay.
I will finalize.
So yeah, okay. It should be Okay, and then, sorry.
The other slide. No,
I'm trying. No, okay, I'm trying.
Okay, so it was observed that actually, a little bit back, please.
No, this not this one. Oh.
It was observed that the children. Okay, I will finalize by talking also.
Again, something.
Children imagine actually to be in more flexible playgrounds, and they prefer to play the playgrounds that they were participated in their design. So, and also flexible playgrounds and playgrounds designed by the participation of the children encourage them to interact with their environment and the people and the space also. So we can say that the participatory design approach developed for this case study useful for design of the public playgrounds, but also it can be used for any other design cases. But also for the further studies, the observations should be extended in time because the observations for this case study was made in just one day, so it could be avoidable. And a participatory design approach for this study should be examined in other design cases. And this study was also conducted.
Time, please. Custom to the time.
Okay, last verse. So we organized this case study with the collaboration with Tak Kadıköy and in the context of the Istanbul Technical University's PhD course, which are conducted by Elmire Gür, Cemile Tiftik, and Gökselin İnalhan. And I would like to thank you for the supports of Gülce Kırdar, Meltem Çetiner, and Münevver Aygün Aşık. Thank you for listening in 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Really, we appreciate your presentation and apologize again for these technical issues. Please forgive us. Okay, thank you very much. And we'll move for next presenter, please, about investigating the role of applications in travel behaviors, change towards sustainable. A design proposal of integrating smart mobility application. This by Mr. Goulis. Okay,
yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, I know my name is a little bit difficult for foreigners.
Okay.
Yeah, first of all, it was a great pleasure for me to participate in Merve's study. And my point of view is the participatory approach in terms of sustainable mobility. I feel myself much more comfortable if I present it from my computer. Is it okay?
Can you stuck with the 4 minutes?
Okay.
Okay.
I try.
Okay, my colleague, if you allow us, please. Okay.
My best. Yeah. Can you see my screen?
Screen, please. Yes.
Yes, please.
So, hello everyone. Today I'm gonna introduce you SAT application. As a smart mobility application towards sustainable mobility. SAT means Sustainable Aware Travel Services. That's the content. And the problem of the study is the use of private cars, and we aim to propose a sustainable mobile and smart application to promote the behavior change of the individuals and support decisions makers decisions in terms of mobility. So we will integrate the application and platform in one system in this study. Regarding the literature review, we will apply the personalized social marketing with bottom-up and with ongoing support, and the quality of life will be a positive behavior support. We will imply mobility-related quality of life indicators, as you see here, regarding the OECD indicators. Then we conduct a literature research about both the mass applications and urban data platforms. In the mass applications, they all are disconnected and district systems, and they don't have large customization options. So we will extend these customization options and combine much more services in one application in our study, and we will integrate this application with an urban data platform, which is a data aggregators. When we examine the in the literature applications in the data platform, they all are much more focused on this urban quality, like spatial or environmental data. But we will consider the user data that will come from the application. That's the methodology framework. You can see here the steps of the methodology and what are the roles of the actors. Both the application and data platform have data collection, analysis, data mapping, and visualization stages. So I will skip this slide, and that's the features that would be the features of the SATS application. For the data collection, first the developer should load some required data as an input, such as the road network, the transportation infrastructure, and so on. And then the user will include the comments or the rating on those input data. Yeah, that shows the data flow of the system. First, the developer loads the data to the application. Then when the user uses the application, the user data will convey to database, to the SATS platform. The task of the application would be travel planning, travel options, journey evaluation, and to assist to create the mobility database. The user interface design would be flexible, user-friendly, and clear. Here you can see the application interface. Yes, the motivation of the platform is data-driven approach to analyze this user behavior. And the hypothesis of the thesis is of the study is that we think that this system will raise the user's awareness and assist policymakers both, and that would be provide long-term behavior change. That's the components of the platform: and interactive map, a dashboard with informations and the parameters. In the information model, it integrates and multiple data sets. And this platform would be interactive, open source, and user-friendly platform. Here you can see the input data both by developers and users, and what would be the expected output for both urban planners and users. That's the table for data collection and data organization. In detail, for instance, in terms of active mobility in cycling, a developer should load the cycling road network. Then the user will include their GPS traces and the comments about this cycling network. Then as an output, the urban planners can make some evaluations on cycling infrastructure, and for users can monitor to what extent their zones is bike friendly or not. In terms of the conceptual design of the methodology, we will apply the GeoMiner tool, and yeah, we have different data sets. Then we will quantify them for data analysis. For instance, for semantic data, we will apply sentiment analysis. For ranking data, the ranking algorithm. For the image, we will take this metadata, and they are all connected with their geolocation. And for the geomapping, we will use the WebGIS platform. For data mining, we will use the clustering and classification algorithms to identify the relationships between different data sets. That shows the interaction between the user, application, and platform. That shows the step-by-step of the application. Here you can watch the video of SATS application. First, yes, you will create your journey. If it's
you have 1 minute.
Okay, if it's a single or commit journey, and then you will select those kind of categories. It will give you detailed information, and at the end of it, you will rate your journey. In terms of the data platform, the user can create their physical activity diary, or they can travel to lower carbon modes, and those are the other expected results. And as a recommendation, as a critic, we will develop our study to marketing and promoting strategies for pervasive use, and we will investigate the sociological and psychological reasons of travel behavior, such as private car use is seen as a symbol for economic status, something these criteria, and the detailed research is required on computational method to provide this dynamic information flow. And as a recommendation, we can implement this system in Istanbul as a case study, and we can extend these options of the application and both the platform for tourists, and it can be used both for the real estate and travel development and tourism development as well. So if you have an interest, you can watch this video in YouTube to get more detailed information. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It is on time. And would you please stop sharing the screen, please?
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you.
An accurate, excellent, cannot say. Thank you very much. Okay. So can we move to the next presenter, please, about urban reading on public art representation in landscape architectures? Is one of the representatives or authors are available here, please?
Hello.
Dr. Esel, yes. Yes, please.
I will present our presentation. My name is Habibe Acar.
Do you like to upload the file from my side, please?
Pardon? I
Do you like to upload the video? Do you like to upload the video from my side? Your presentation?
Excuse me, I will share my screen.
If you can do it, but please within your 4 minutes, please, or 5 minutes as we mentioned, please. Thank you very much.
4 minutes?
We have 5 minutes, but we have to...
5 minutes is okay for me.
Yeah, I will warn you 1 minute before finishing.
Okay.
So let's start.
Thank you.
Okay. Hello, everyone. First of all, we want to thank organization committee. Excuse me, can you hear my voice? Can you hear my voice?
Yeah,
yes, it's okay. Yes, it's okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Our title of study, Urban Readings on Public Art Representation in Landscape Architecture. My presentation titles is here. Being a social entity, people participate in social life in the public spaces of the city. Public spaces are areas where people can easily use different groups of users, all ages, all sexes, every nationality in equal conditions. These places contain daily life, offer opportunities for actions and events that increase people's quality of life, are areas of tolerance that offer social that are cultural spaces where individual and social stand out and symbolize culture. Public spaces are areas where social participation is intense, places of encounter, places where people sometimes want to be alone and sometimes meet with other peoples, places where represent the spaces for artistic, religious, social, political actions. Public spaces differ from society to society, from culture to culture of each society. Public space and public art. The concept of public space, it was first described in 1962 by Jürgen Habermas. Public spaces range from street corners to large civil embankments. Therefore, the importance of public history and culture of a particular place. Public art is sometimes a piece that defines public space, any artistic elements or activity exhibited in public space, and sometimes it is the wall of public space. Public art first appeared in some European and North American cities in 1960s. According to Cheng, public art is an artistic expression of the artist and the community which can be found in various forms, materials, and processes that are established permanently or temporarily in the public space. In summary, with its versatile structure, it has found meaning in many disciplines such as public art, architecture, fine arts, urban sciences, landscape architecture, communication. Various forms of public art in landscape architecture will be interpreted with important public art representations. Public art representations have an important place in the field of landscape architecture and development of open space outside the buildings. According to European Landscape Convention, everything that entering into the field of view of people is artwork in different environments at the building level and open spaces increase the value of landscape. It also contributes to people's meeting with art. The artwork exhibited in modern art museums and galleries at the building level have moved beyond time and space to effectively reshape public spaces. The reflection of artistic representation in public spaces are actually the expression of culture through figures or shapes. Public art categories, memorials, impressive artwork, productive works, community works, or technology. Also, installation art, land art, performance art, and video art. The physical representation art in public spaces can have different features and different roles. The history of place or a story on an event can be told. Significant people, urban image, and urban culture can be evaluated. Attract attention or focus could exist with application forms of public art in landscape architecture. First title, performance shows and temporary art forms. You can see different cities from the world. Monuments, sculpture, fountains. Another title. Doors are architecture. Iconic structure. The iconic structure are fascinating structures that are an important component of the urban identity that fascinates everyone with their architectural style. Reliefs and graffiti are another title. Bridges are the identity elements of cities with their unique characteristics. Ground urban furniture and mosaics. Installations, examples, also from different kinds. Okay, and the last title, land art, showcases and window design. And I will skip this slide. And conclusions, artworks which stand out with their historical and cultural values have been moved from museums to public spaces with public art representations such as exhibitions, festivals, carnivals, shows, performance, sculpture, monuments, and iconic structures. The last one, livable cities can be created by the existence of livable public spaces. In order to create these areas, there is a need for meaningful public space design and strengthening of the elements that add meaning to space. Public works, which are unique products, create origin. These areas both define the ideas from the past and carry traces to the future with new applications. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Yeah, appreciate your summarizing your presentation. If you please stop sharing your screen, please.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Yes, and now we'll move to the next presenter in the paper under title Correlation between the national movement of men and women at the urban configurations of the city center of Baskara. Student or Mr. Havenoy is available, please.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, welcome, please. Do you like me to share your video or?
I can share my screen. I can share.
Yes, okay. But please, we need to respect these 5 minutes, and
sure.
Dr. Kimoni will. Okay. Thank you very much.
So at the same time, I will warn you 1 minute before ending.
Okay. I can share. Okay. Okay. Can you see it now?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, it's clear. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Hafnawi. I'm a PhD student from University of Biskra, Algeria, and I'm happy to present for you my topic, which is the correlation between the natural movement of men and women and the urban configuration of the city center of Biskra. Urban spaces have been great interest for many scholars from many fields. Functioning and used by people constitute a central issue. However, a lot of studies have studied the relationship between these environments in different aspects. However, only a few research that really carried out studies on the people's behavior that is related to gender. Because the people's use space is related somehow to the space they're using and the provided activities or the structure of the space by its own, and hence the impact of this factor can affect differently both genders to conduct them to choose spaces they prefer to use and fulfill their needs. As a result, spatial separation sites and disparate density of use of locations and this will in the appearing of men and women spaces. So, as a start, I'm going to give an introduction to space syntax for those who are not familiar with it. Space syntax is a method and theory that provides insights on people behavior in their environments, activity and movements pattern. It also argues that land uses and commercial activities are a street network effect that is mostly exists to take profit of the movement generated by the spatial configuration. So it's a relationship that exists between urban effect. In this graph, we can see the relationship that exists between the three elements of attraction, movement, and configuration relationship. The configuration or the spatial configuration means the relationship that exists between urban elements, like I said earlier. So herein, we discussed whether the spatial configuration could affect both genders' movements, behavior together and separately in Biskra city, as the phenomenon of segregation is noticeable, especially in the city center, where in one part it is majorly by men, and commercial center, and in another it is mostly used by women, as in Zgagram, Van, and the Bukhari. This segregation is not only in the use of space that might be a result of retail distribution and services offered to each gender, but it is also conceptuous in both genders' mobility from place to another within the city center, where sometimes women choose certain itineraries, avoiding some places and the streets. So, a brief description of Biskra city. It's a Saharan city that is characterized by its hot and arid climate in most of the times. Of course, because of many influencers on Biskra development, its morphology combination of the urban a gridiron of urban fabric, and a spontaneous one, and a new one. So, for them, in which pattern men and women are wandering in the city center of this car, are they affected differently by the spatial configuration? To answer these queries, in this study, we will apply space syntax method principally to look into the phenomenon of gender segregation by analyzing the spatial configuration of the urban grid, and then by correlating it with the observed movements of men and women along the chosen locations. The first step is the syntactic analysis. It has a lot of details, but I'm going to explain it briefly. As you can see here, the red colors indicates the more integrated streets, and the cold colors indicates the segregated ones. As it appears from this map, which is called the actual map, both commercial centers that I talked about earlier are connected to the most integrated streets, which is in red, which are in fact the main streets in the city center. And relatively, both main streets are good locations for commercial activities since there are accessible access in the system. Simultaneously, the inner routes in the Al-Bukhari are considered to be segregated. However, they show better connection with main streets in a local scale. On the other hand, both commercial centers appear to have a higher value and fairly good connection with main streets, as they seem to be closer to them. Okay, so the next step of the study, it's the movement observation. I think everyone here is familiar with the gate count method, so I'm not going to explain it due to the time. I'm only going to say that there is 27 observation points, and the study has been conducted in a weekday and a weekend day throughout 6 periods of the day. So, looking into the total number of men and women registered in 1 minute?
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Okay. Looking into the total number of men and women registered in the weekend day, we can shows the dominance of men throughout the day. In the weekend day, the percentage shows more density of men at the start of the day, but at the 12 mark, women start dominating the streets for the 3 consecutive periods. So, as a conclusion, this we can say first, men to somewhat are controlled by the spatial configuration, while women are controlled by the land uses attributes instead. In the local scale, streets along Zgegban and Bukhari become more integrated than the global scale, which could demonstrate that these streets are more known and used by local dwellers rather than outsiders. Another thing worth mentioning here is that women densities are mostly accompanied by a slight number of men, which in most cases means they are accompanied by their husbands for some reason that is related to sensation of the of the insecurity as well. So it is the limitation of this study that we couldn't correlate the results with the actual distribution and
Thank you very much, Mr. Hafnawi, for your presentation. Appreciate your respecting time, and thank you for your slide. Now we'll go for a next presenter about under the title is reading the colonial space through non-normatic resources, which is by Dr. Nabil. Would you please, Dr. Nabil, can you please start your presentation, please?
Okay, hello.
Hello,
I can share my screen, please.
Yes, but try to stick with the 5 minutes, please. Thank you very much. Okay, I appreciate it.
I'll take the time. So I warn you 1 minute.
Okay, thank you. I'm happy to be with you. The experience described in my presentation is dual. It's a didactic experience and an attempt to decipher and model the city center of Mostaganem, my town. It's a question of facing a flagrant lack of archival resources in the urban analysis phase among architecture students. We try to answer this problem by introducing so-called non-normative resources. Before talking about these resources, we will briefly present the fragment analyzed by the students. It's a city center made by 3 districts. The European center, it's a Osmanian center. The Turkish district with its defensive fabrics. And finally, it's Kulugli's district integrated into the Turkish fabric. These 3 districts are at the same time connected to and in conflict with the Arab Quarter. The Arab Quarter is a district, is a medieval kasbah, which is which is on the other side of a wadi. You see a wadi here in blue, which crosses the city and divides it. However, this division is not only physical but also symbolic. The Arab Quarter clings to its image of populism, while the Turkish Quarter represents the so-called civilized fringe of society. This relates to latent tension, which are felt both in the behavior of population and the use of spaces. However, when trying to decipher this fact, the students encountered, as always in Algeria, a flagrant lack of archival documents. It is at this moment that we intervene on the didactic level. We are faced with what is called a bypass strategy, which pushes students to deviate from the initial objective by introducing an unexpected criterion. This one pushes students to reformulate the problem and to take ownership of the didactic approach. This is called devolution, a theory of Brousseau. Now let's talk about this strategy of introducing non-normative resources. These resources consist of various graphic documents like postcards, extracts from novels and other life stories collected from city users. Let's briefly see this example of a succession of postcards from the same point of view. It's a place that represents the birth of the French city based on Ottoman town planning, at the same time isolating the Arab Quarter. You can identify an immutable element, the Protestant temple, the first colonial building. On the other hand, we will see the gradual dissolution of the fortification and the place of the door called the Mascara Gate. You will notice in return the evolution of the European city with the emergence of Haussmann steel buildings, then Art Nouveau. In this card, the church with its bell tower sets the tone for the first temple and circumscribe the fragment to be invested. The Mascara Gate is still here. In this card, the straight avenue is drawn and buildings begin to appear. At the beginning of the 20th century, the avenue was completely traced and the threshold of the Mascara door passed. Half a century later, the wall has completely disappeared and the fragment resembles all European cities. Sorry. The objective of the analysis is to understand, other than by a purely geographic approach, certain breaks and dysfunction noticed among the populations living in the city center and its surrounding. The students proceeded to a deconstruction of their certainties on the characteristics of the city center by reappropriating the resources. usually considered as inconclusive, notably the old postcards. This pushed them to reconsider the evolution of the city by being immersed in an updated representation. It emerged that the breaks between users and the city center come from their belonging to areas discriminated by a secular policy, a colonial process starting from the Turkish base of the city while isolating the Arab quarter. The student reconsidered a model dictated by a French town planner recognized in Algeria, Mahkot, as being the specialist of the Algerian city by integrating the dimension of otherness. This means that the Algerian city is not only a composite space made up of the aggregation of several urban strata, but also an unequivocal space made up of complex and contradictory entities which do not manage to aggregate into a unique and unitary city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your respecting time length. We'll go for next presenter. Yes, please. About the coming presenter, the title is Transformations of Urban Structures and Emergence of Higher Order Commercial Area, case of Ahmedabad in India. Mrs. Vivek is there? Hello, Mr. Vivek or Mrs. Vivek? Mr. Heli or Mrs. Heli? Okay, it seems that they are not available. Okay, we'll go for the second one.
Vivek is asking to unmute, but you can also do it from your position. Just to click on unmute.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, we hear you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
I'll warn you 1 minute before ending.
Okay, may I start my screen?
Yes, yes, please, but try to find this 5 minutes, please.
Yeah, greetings to all. Thank you for this opportunity. To start with, I'll first give you a brief overview of Ahmedabad, India's urbanization. There are 3 key features to India's urbanization: the enormous size of population and rapid growth. The population is growing by, say, 2.5% CAGR and has reached 483 million. The urban population has reached 483 million. And third aspect is the rise of big cities. The larger cities are increasing their share in total urban population. And the larger cities are also observing decrease in the densities, average densities. So this indicates there is the rate of spatial expansion is higher than the rate of population growth. And with this spatial expansion, cities are likely to witness transformation in their urban structure. So with this background, the paper is on transformation of urban structure and emergence of higher order commercial areas in case of Ahmedabad, India. The city started evolving more than 600 years back in 1411 AD. It is a medieval town with peripheral wall that enclosed 5.5 square kilometer area. And this is the nuclei from where the city started evolving. And in following years, the city kept growing. And this is how the city is as of now. It is sprawling up to 10 to 12 kilometers from the walled city in all directions. A ring road encompassing 410 square kilometers was built in 2030. So from 5.5 square kilometers, the city is almost around 400 square kilometers now. This is the predominant land use pattern that was reviewed. And based on that, a schematic macro matrix of Ahmedabad's urban structure is prepared. It is opined that the evolution of city has embraced Hjort's sector theory. The activities that were predominant in different parts nearby the walled city expanded outward as the city kept growing. and the compatibility or non-compatibility with the predominant industrial land use in the east also played important part. Chawls and densely packed housing, mainly catering to industrial laborers and other LIG households, mainly come up in the east part of city, while the housing of relatively middle and upper income groups started coming up in the west part of the city. In the process, commercial nodes are progressively formed in west of Ahmedabad. To identify the higher order commercial areas, the job density pattern and the location of key employment subcenters is studied. And based on this, it is observed that there are three important subcenters. One of them is walled city, but its share is declining. Its share was 23% in total jobs in 1980. It declined to 11% in 2010. Subcenter 2, the share was almost constant, but the growth was twice than the walled city. And subcenter 3 emerged in the western peripheral areas. The share was less than 1% 3 decades back, but now it is 6% of the total jobs. Then the development of newer commercial buildings. So looking at the newer commercial buildings, it is observed that there is a slowdown in walled city area, while Ashram Road and CG Road emerged around 1980s to 1990s. And the third area, Prahlad Nagar area, emerged after 2000. The share of non-residential properties was studied from the properties registered with municipal corporation, and it is observed that the higher shares are observed in the three areas that I am referring to. So based on this commercial land use predominance and the job scale and scenario, three areas are identified for further study. One is Ashram Road, second is CG Road, and third is Prahlad Nagar. To understand the nodal significance, there are three criteria examined. One is the centrality of location. Rationale is an area located more centrally will definitely serve larger population of the city. And a geographical center index is derived. The walled city is assigned a geographical center index of 1, while the other three areas are having geographical center index of 0.99, 0.98, and 0.87 respectively. The second criteria is centrality, but with respect to population. The rationale is an area may be located off-centered, but still can serve higher populations provided the density pattern is so. So the density of the city is mapped in 1 by 1 square kilometer grid, and it is observed that the population center index is again highest in walled city, and 0.91 in Ashram Road, 0.82 in CG Road, and 0.57 in far west located Prahlad Nagar area. The third criteria studied is accessibility. By looking at the routes of Ahmedabad Municipal Transport Service and BRT, it is observed that Ashram Road is accessible to 58% of city's population, CG Road is to 30% of city's population, while Prahlad Nagar is accessible to only 12% of city's population. Then in second part of the study, we went into the areas and started detailed mapping of existing land use.
You have 1 minute more.
Sure. So we have studied the land use pattern of Ashram Road, CG Road, and Prahlad Nagar, and try to do a comparative assessment. So we have observed that the share of commercial area is higher in built up area than in land use at all three areas. In Ashram Road, the share of office buildings is highest at 30%, followed by office plus retail buildings. While at Prahlad Nagar and CG Road, share of office plus retail buildings is higher. And at CG Road, the share of retail buildings is highest among all three areas. So it is observed that retail dominance is more at CG Road and Prahlad Nagar, while office dominance is more at Ashram Road and Prahlad Nagar. So based on the this study, I can infer that Considering the geographical location, population density, and the public transport accessibility, the nodal significance of Ashram Road and CG Road is more prominent than Prahlad Nagar. And as these three areas are different in size, I have tried to compare it over a unit area of land, say 1 hectare. So looking at the extent and intensity of commercial development, Prahlad Nagar is having higher intensity of development, almost twice than the CG Road and Ashram Road area. Many high-rise commercial buildings are under construction around Prahlad Nagar. It is likely to continue this in the high-priced vacant land as it is in the peripheral area. Considering this, commercial development in Prahlad Nagar and areas around is expected to manifold in coming times. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vivek. Please, we'll go for the next presenter. And the title of a green network for Dhaka city. It is the green space at network of social space for health and well-being of urban residents. This will be presented by Mr. Maher. Is available.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Mr. Maher. Okay, please.
Okay.
You like to share?
Yeah. May I share my screen?
Yeah, please, but within your 5 minutes, please try to wrap up your files, please.
Okay.
Your presentation. Please. Thank you much.
You can see the presentation?
Yes, it is clear. Please.
Okay.
Start.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Meher Nigar, PhD candidate. I'm presenting my paper along with my supervisor and co-author, Professor Farida Nilufar. Our research title is Green Network for Dhaka City, Green Spaces as Network of Social Spaces for Health and Well-being of Urban Residents. Green Network is composed of several green and open spaces, which is linked by street, waterway, and drainage that is encircling and connected by urban areas at all spatial scales. This green network is connected all natural, semi-natural, and artificial areas. It can be parks, playgrounds, pocket spaces, courtyards, water bodies, incidental spaces, loose feed places, and other residual spaces, and of course streets. Green network, in terms of green network, it connects natural areas to park, playground, urban development spaces, and even in between spaces between buildings. And there are multiple benefits of green network, but only 2 benefits I can say here, that is it's multifunctional and it puts equal weight on conservation and recreation. Another issue in my article is well-being. It's the inner state of wellness, including physical, mental, and emotional state. And the green network experience gives us passive viewing or active participation with direct physical exposure and induces psychological processes. For this study, especially focusing on urban residents' health and well-being, the attributes for green network, I mainly based on different scientific literature, I put some of 3 major attributes which have a positive effects on urban residents' health and well-being. That is diversity, naturalness, and coherence. Diversity is types of green spaces, even its size, richness of landscape, and naturalness is the natural elements of the green spaces. It consists of vegetation, tree, grass, meadow, flower beds, water, and other landscape components. And coherence mainly 4 major components, or we can say that is land connectivity, accessibility, legibility, and wayfinding. Based on this summary, I did my study. I'm not going through this detail. Directly, I'm coming with my aims. So based on the study, my aim of the study is the study to effect the properties and attributes of green network and components as social network of spaces in Dhaka city through the preference and experience of urban residents. Dhaka city, I think you all already acquainted about Dhaka city. Since yesterday till today, we have 4 to 5 presentations on Dhaka city. Dhaka is the capital city of Bangladesh. This is the metropolitan area of Dhaka, where the Dhaka city or Dhaka City Corporation is located at the center. Dhaka metropolitan area is 1528 square kilometer, whereas Dhaka City Corporation is 360 square kilometer. Nowadays, Dhaka is the 11th largest mega city. The built-up area is Dhaka is changing very fast. The gradual changes, these gradual changes have no regular pattern or any linear pattern. It's the growth pattern mainly follow very organic in nature. This is the land use pattern of Dhaka city. Here we can see that Dhaka city highly built up in the center, and the peripheral area is more agricultural land and undeveloped land. Here is the in the right side, there is a development pattern since 1972 to 2015, and the orange color is showing its built up area. And so from this image, we can say that how fast the city is growing. Dhaka city coming up with the green and open spaces in the Dhaka city. Here we can see that green and open patches of the city and the road network connection. In the Dhaka city now, almost 148 playgrounds and 27 parks, and there are several green spaces at different sizes. And these green spaces covering almost 1,266 acres, which is 2.9% of Dhaka metropolitan area, which is very poor. The only natural area in the Dhaka city is the National Zoo and Botanical Garden, which is almost 200 acres and 210 acres. Other large patches are Ramna Park, which is 68 acres, Chandrima Uddan, which is 77 acres, and then Soyardi Uddan, which is 55 acres, and Osmani Uddan, which is 25 acres. Apart from this, there are small green patches are scattered all over the city without any hierarchical order. Keeping in mind the city is growing very fast and highly built up, and now it's time to rethink how to accommodate the future inhabitants of the city without necessarily compromising the open spaces. And recognizing this, the Dhaka structure plan took several spatial strategies to come up with this issue. And considering the open space stock, including the traditional and non-traditional open and green resources, one of the main spatial strategy to create a green network around the city, especially in the city center core area, where main green core, and then in the south there will be sub-green core, and in the northward where there is a natural area, there will be another sub-green core. And there is a two major water reserve which will be connected among them. In the right side,
1 minute more.
Oh. And from this conceptual drawing, I put my study area, and this is the glimpse of my study area. Two urban parks, 2 pocket parks, and 1 water reserve I have selected. These are the glimpse of this area. And for identify residents' perception, I did data collection based on the questionnaire survey on the 4 aspects. And the questionnaire basically took the user and also passerby and also field observation. And the findings is basically the socioeconomic characteristics of the city. There is a male and female percentage. We can see that smaller number of user in the 15 to 25 years, and the higher number of user is 40 to 60 years. And male users are higher than the female. In the diversity, we see that 66% residents need variety of green spaces for the outdoor activities. And also more than 50% respondents say that green space are not appropriate. But 85% residents use frequently green space. So we can say that regardless of inadequate open space, Dhaka still are places for green spaces of Dhaka city are still places for outdoor activities. Also, from the point of view of diversity, residents more choose Ramna Park and Chandrima Uddan because they have diversified of green spaces like lake, path, shady trees, and children area. And people prefer park and lakeside green area more than their favorite green spaces. From the point of view of naturalness, people residents of user of Ramna Park choose more that because it's highly natural green space rather than rest of the green spaces. From the point of coherence, we can see that all of the green spaces are highly connected because they are well connected with the city network. So from the point of view of connectivity and accessibility, we can say that the green spaces of Dhaka city is in a coherent situation. Also, we can see that from the connectivity landmap and legibility, we can find that there is a 62.5% residents feel it's connected. It's also 12.5% residents feel that they can act as a landmark. And especially Ramna Park and Hathirjil chosen as a landmark because they have a very beautiful picturesque quality for the Dhaka city. Also, they feel that they are proximity from their area. Finally, I can say that residents of the Dhaka city notice the large patches of green spaces like Ramna Park, Chondrima Udyan and Hathirjil Lakeside area, rather than they are just unnoticed the small patches like Panthukunjo and Farmgate Park, which also I have taken in my study. So for the green network, we can say that from the residents' perception, we have to identify those pockets, green spaces, and connected them through greenways, street line, trees line street, so they can are noticed by the residents and they have a strong impact on physical, cognitive, and social values of residents. Thank you for listening me.
Thank you very much, Ms. Meha. Now we'll go for next presenter's research. The research is about research of lighting design in the ecotourism scenes, spot based on the analysis of behavior physiological by Mr. Wu is here. Is the researcher is available here? Okay, should we skip him, please?
Yes, if she's not, let me call her.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll go for next presenter, Dr. Salar. To the research is the conjunctions of the architecture styles rules on thermal performance in house of semi-arid climate, analysis of buildings envelope materials. Dr. Salar, please share us your project. Do you like to show from my screen here, or you will use your screen? Dr. Salar? He was here. I believe he was here.
Probably he will be back. We can continue with the next.
Yes,
okay.
I think it's better to skip in case we can recover later.
Perfect. Okay. So we'll go for urban sprawl, the impact of higher density development for functional and satisfying urban space in developed countries by Mr. Aminu Ahmed. Miss Amina? Miss Amina, please.
Hello, everyone. Hello there. Can you hear me?
Hello? Yes, we hear you.
Okay.
I warn you 1 minute before ending.
Okay, thank you.
Can you start, please?
Can you see my share?
Yeah, we can see. Yeah, we can see.
It's showing?
Yes,
yes.
please.
Okay, thank you. Good day, everyone. My name is Desi Asondweze. I am presenting this paper on behalf of my co-authors, Aminu Ahmed and Hassan Mohammed. The topic, as we can see, is urban sprawl, the impact of high-density developments for functional and satisfying urban spaces in developing countries. In this research work we did, we tried to find out, not actually, we know very well the meaning of urban sprawl. It's not a new thing. And we try to look at the urban sprawl from the perspective of urban spaces, the arrangement, the goodness of urban spaces. We are trying to find a solution to urban sprawl, which all of us know is a problem, which we have outlined what the problem is like. Going through the problem statements here, we see the problem, the population issue, the congestion issue, and then the infrastructure, the problem. So with these problems, we have to say, what can we do to get these our cities off urban sprawl issues? So in this research, we try to look at the urban sprawl from different directions, try to remove the single-use zoning system, which we know is a problem for urban sprawl, the low-density housing developments, the overuse and of private automobiles. These are the things that causes the urban sprawl in a society. The global phenomenon, of course, we know, but the developing countries, urban sprawl has been a dominant phenomenon, which we are very much aware of. In this, the overall negative effects, we have to look at the functionalities, the aesthetic affinities of this urban landscape is what we are aware, and we try now to say, how do we get these things done? Going by the different understanding of urban sprawl, we view it the development of geographical rim on a city inefficiently, usually characterized by having few people as per acre, or as per home. We are talking about the mechanism, the rim of a city formation. In the residential areas, we know we have so many styles, especially the single use. In this, our proposal, we are trying to say there are other options of getting this in off by like using the mixed use system, using the transit system, using I'm trying to be short to cut off the whole thing so that I can be able to meet up with the timing. So these are, let me go to the model. Okay, so let me use this and do the summary of the whole thing. With what we have agreed and looked at is, we have the urban sprawl as a problem. How do we solve this problem we call urban sprawl? The problem we see to solve it is using high density system. This high density system we're trying to use is a situation where we can have so many accommodations within a few space, where we can have an efficient neighborhood, where we can have an aesthetic environment, where you can have a functional and effective transit system. This transit system includes, if we go back to the one of the slides, like this one now, this here, we try to look at the transit system, which it causes urban sprawl, because urban sprawl is not only entails in the residential area, it touches the entire city as a whole. So if not well coupled, it means the city as a whole has is regarded as urban sprawl. That is why in China these days they still see China, most cities in China as having urban sprawl because of the system they have. Yet they have high density buildings, but those high density buildings, they are not actually high density because they didn't consider the other parameters that needed, like their transport system, the transit system. Their transit system still creates jam. On that transit system, we are supposed to have a public transit system, where the public transit system reduces the number of vehicles on the road, thereby allowing each person to get to wherever he or she is going within a very short period of time. The housing also, in the neighborhood issue, we try to say that when we have a mixed-use housing system, the mixed use will allow the residents to be close to the commercial area. And in this case, there will be a relationship between the commercial zone and the residential area, reducing the transport distance one has to walk, and also obeying the international law about walkability distance. That is the distance you walk from your home to your office or to your way of working or whatever. So it really helps for that. The same thing applies to using all these cities as an instance for this, using the Fruit Valley as an example. That is the picture on the left here, while also this other one is also thinking about the one from the city in terms of the way people sit together and enjoy the neighborhood, the beautiness of the neighborhood. Then in the whole thing, we are saying that existing floral studies relating to urban development were classified into these sections: the urban cities with efficient transport system, the adaptation of public transport system, the aesthetic enhancement system. Therefore, the gap here is that the density development impacts have not been viewed as a positive impact for the reduction of urban sprawl of the developing countries. Remember, this research is meant for, is carried on from a developing countries. It is not yet agreed that it is all for every situation, Our commendation and the conclusion: high density development encourages more sustainable form of development. Also, it generates sense of belonging and social inclusiveness. It creates public spaces with memorable experience. It is a tool for creating functional and satisfying urban spaces. High density urban development should be incorporated in the city's design as a way of reducing urban sprawl. The design is very important, because even the high density, if it's not well designed, it may not achieve this thing. Our final destiny is that all these areas must be inclusive. It is a holistic entity that must be incorporated together. Otherwise, it will not work effectively. That's our listening. Thank you very much, and thanks for listening.
Thank you very much for your kind support, your colleague. Appreciate this. Now we'll go for second one. Is Mr. Golom is available in the presentation here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Excellent. So welcome, sir. It is your research about a study of thermal comfort parameters in university campuses in urban setting of Dhaka city. Please, floor for you. Do you like to share from my part your video, or you would like to go for your 5 minutes?
I like to share my presentation.
Yes, please. But please stuck with this 5 minutes, and Dr. Simoni will follow you with this 5 minutes. Thank you, Doctor.
I will give you time, and I'll warn you 1 minute before ending.
I appreciate this. Thank you.
Thank you. My study is on thermal performance in university campuses in urban context of Dhaka city. I am Ghulam Muslim Chaudhry Rana. I am a doctoral student in Bangladesh University of Engineering and Technology, Dhaka. Now I will go to the next slide. the introduction, the higher education in Bangladesh is growing. Around 3.2 million students each year enroll in the tertiary education, but there are many, more than 50 private universities and 8 public universities operating in Dhaka. So, but most of these public and private universities don't have permanent campuses. But as per Private University Act 1992, these private universities are bound to set up their permanent campuses. Under such circumstances, it is necessary to study the thermal comfort parameters of the students pursuing education as well as sustainable environment in this built campus spaces in the hot, humid climate context of Dhaka. The paper focuses on thermal comfort parameters such as wind velocity, ambient temperature, and relative humidity in the private campus in Dhaka. Then the methodology is composed of literature survey, the identification of the parameters. I have chosen the wind velocity, air temperature, and humidity, and then field survey, and then discussion of the result, and finally the conclusion. The literature survey is done on several papers, most of them on healthy campus design and on the thermal comfort related. From the papers, it is found that the thermal comfort is very complicated, and it is dependent on air temperature, humidity, and incident solar radiation, radiant temperature, and air velocity. From the study of Ghaffar and Hussein, it is found that for better thermal performance, the courtyard should have better orientation. Courtyard light, surface albedo, vegetation cover plays an important role in hot, humid climate. And also another study by Ghaffar and Husseini observed that north-facing courtyards have better thermal performance. The height of the courtyard wall can cut down shadow and cut down and reduce solar gain. And from the study of DIG, it is found that the surface material and roughness have profound impact on thermal comfort, especially the grass has very low impact on the solar gain, and the light color materials and reflective materials can be chosen for reducing solar heat gain. And from the study of Watanbe, it is found that the shading trees, pergolas, building shade provide excellent refuge for pedestrian outdoor in hot climatic context. And also from the study of Lau and Etel, it is found that the trees, flowers, and small ponds can impact stress mitigation for students in the urban campuses. The scope and limitation of the study, I have chosen 2 private university which are relatively new, and one public university which is relatively old. And my study is limited to the temperature, humidity, and wind speed in September 2018 in Dhaka. The field study, during the field study, the sky condition was partially clouded during the survey. The context of BUET is a public university, Bangladesh University of Engineering and Technology. It is established in 1960s. It is situated in a very green educational institutional setting in Dhaka, in Palashi, and North-South University is situated in a very dense residential context in Bangladesh, in Bosundhara residential area, where the Southeast University is situated in the Tezgao industrial area. I can show you that this is the context of the Southeast University campus, and this is the context of the North-South University campus, and this is the context of the Bangladesh University of Engineering and Technology. In North-South University campus, the 3 codes has been chosen: Code 1, Code 2, and Code 3. Code 1 is a sunken code, and Code 2 is elevated, and there is a scope for wind flow within this code, and Code 3 is a dead end. And in Code 1 in the Southeast University, it is a grass covered code. And the code in the Bangladesh University of Technology, there are 3 codes has been chosen. The Code 1 is totally surrounded shaded by trees. Code 2 is here you can see the Code 2. It is a paved code, and Code 3 is a grass covered code with large trees. And then in the field survey has been done through a smart sensor which recorded temperature and humidity and exerting temperature and wind flow during 8 and 9 September from 12 a.m. and 12 p.m. to 18 p.m. And the relative humidity was 72%, and the wind velocity was 3 kilometer and 4 kilometer, and temperature was 34 degrees Celsius. Among this codes, the code in the code 3 in the North-South University, it is recorded 37.6 degrees Celsius ambient air temperature, and wind speed is 1.2 kilometer per hour, and to 42% of relative humidity. And the code 3 is surrounded in all sides, so the temperature in this code 3 is quite high, and it is quite uncomfortable for this than other two codes. And then if we go to the Southeast University code, it is open on all sides, and there is a very good temperature and good airflow in the code in the Southeast University code. But as there is no shading, the temperature, ambient air temperature is quite high, 36 degrees Celsius. If we go to the Buet campus, then you can see that code 1 is totally shaded by trees. That's why the temperature is very low in Buet code. It is 33.66 degrees Celsius air temperature, and since it is blocked by a 10-story civil building, the airflow in code 1 is very low, whereas the code 2 has a very quite good airflow, and then code 3. But in code 3 there is a very large paved area. That's why the temperature in code 3 in Buet campus, the temperature is quite high, 36.78 degrees Celsius. So from this study, we can see that the shading has a profound impact on temperature on this code. Especially in the Buet code 1, which indicates that the temperature is relatively low from this other code because of the shaded large trees, which confirms the study of DJ and et al. 2018, which shows the thermal comfort in open spaces dependent on the surface material and roughness, and also the study done by Sun et al., which show that through a numerical simulation that impact of higher trees on thermal comfort in urban green spaces. And also it is interesting to know that due to pilotis in the North-South University campus, there is a wind flow in code 1 and code 2. If we can see the code 1 and code 2, here we can see there is a southwest wind flow below the code 1 and code 2 under the elevated building from the south side. That why there is a relatively low temperature in code 1 and code 2 rather than code 3, where there is no scope of wind flow.
1 minute.
And there is only there is direct solar radiation. So this study is opening for further research to study the shading, the necessity of shading in our climatic context in Dhaka. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We have to go quickly for the second one. Please, is Ms. Busaina available?
Here I am. Hello.
Yes, hello. Ahlan. Please, your paper under the title of potential contribution of green and blue technology to reduce heat stress in outdoor spaces, case of Gloma City, Algeria, right? Please, floor for you. Do you like to share your presentation, or I can show from my part?
Okay, thank you. I'll share it myself. Thanks a lot.
Very good. Please just remember your 5 minutes, and Dr. Simone will go for warning you, please, for this 1 minute before. Thank you very much.
Problem. Okay, so for that. Hello again. I'm Buthayna Sayed from University of Galma, Department of Architecture, Algeria. I'm so happy to share with you my second contribution entitled Potential Contribution of Green and Blue Technologies to reduce heat stress in outdoor spaces, case of Galma City, Algeria. To introduce the subject, our study is a part of the general problematic of urban climate change adaptation. So we intend to draw this study to demonstrate the impact of natural elements or green and blue technologies on reducing outdoor heat stress, of course, in summertime. Our case study is a square, is one of most frequented squares, outdoor spaces in hot season, situated in downtown Galma, Algeria. Methodology. Our investigation was done on three main steps. First, the on-site measurement. We measured the three microclimatic parameters: air temperature, relative humidity, and wind velocity, using the multifunctional health testo in three different locations within the martyr square. P1, it's a vegetal point. P2 is a wet point. P3 is free point, spanning up 6 time period from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. An atmospheric simulation is this study investigates the effect of microclimatic regulation of vegetation and water bodies in outdoor spaces during heat stress. Firstly, we compared measured parameters in different locations within the square. Secondly, we have simulated 4 scenarios with different configurations of vegetation and water bodies using the science version of ENVIMET. The scenario 1 simulate the current square. Scenario 2 simulate the current outdoor space with removing the existing vegetation cover. Scenario 3 simulate the current outdoor space with removing the existing water body, of course, and keeping the vegetation cover. Scenario 4, it's about an optimal proposition based on vegetation and water body configuration in new configurations. The main results. The first thing to be discussed in our study is the influence of the surrounding and atmospheric conditions. We have mentioned that we measured the 3 microclimatic parameters in 3 different locations: a vegetal point situated under a tree, P2, a wet point near the water body, and P3 in a mineral point in 3 locations. Measurements under a tree have showed the best atmospheric conditions with lowest values of air temperature and highest values of relative humidity and mean wind velocity values. Regarding the benefits of tree, in summertime, these conditions could be interpreted away. The large shaded area that provides the used tree, which is Carpinus betulus, has blocked the radiation and reduced the local temperature. Moreover, the process of decreasing air temperature increases the relative humidity through transpiration effect of trees. Compared to the previous locations, the location 3 or P3 has showed hard atmospheric conditions with maximum temperature 39.8 degree and minimum humidity 22.7%. The direct exposure to solar radiation and the dominant minerality, the soil, are the 2 main factors that causes high air temperatures. For the wind velocity, the lowest values goes to the first location and 3, while in location 2 and 3, the maximum holds 1.5 meter per square. Trees have acted like, here the interpretation is, trees have acted like a physical obstacle to block winds in location 1, at the contrary in the other locations where wind speed was higher. The measurements in location 2 near the fountain have showed good atmospheric conditions. The primary impact of water in urban areas is its thermal capacity to cool down the air temperature through evaporation and as a surface. It emits less radiation. This could interpret the following results: low values of air temperature and high values of humidity. Results of simulation. The effect of microclimatic regulation of natural elements. The three figures present the comparison between the different scenarios in terms of microclimatic regulation. The highest temperature was observed in scenario 2, where vegetation cover was completely removed. The ratio is 0% vegetation.
1 minute more.
While the lowest, what?
1 minute more, please.
Wow. Okay. So the results of comparison are in the presentation. You can see them later. Okay. The influence of natural elements on reducing heat stress. In our study, UCTI, Universal Climatic and Thermal Index, was calculated on 7-point thermal sensation. The results are in the graph in next slide. The period between noon and 4 p.m. is the most critical values in scenario of optimal proposition. The index was in between 41.3 degree and 39.2 degree. In scenario 1, the current space the index was in between 42.5 degree and 40.1 degree, corresponding very strong heat stress. In scenario 3 and 2, where natural elements were removed, the index was in between 50.1 degree and 46.7 degree, corresponding extreme heat stress. At this level, it can be concluded that natural elements could reduce the heat stress in outdoor spaces. Here is the general results. Let's move to conclusion. We have 3 things to be concluded. The first conclusion is about the contribution of vegetation as a natural element. Next one is about water. And third conclusion is about the combination between the two. First, the vegetation affects thermally the atmospheric conditions through the effect of shading and transpiration. Physically, urban trees act like obstacles to winds in outdoor spaces. Vegetation is the most influential natural element in terms of microclimatic regulation. Maximizing the shaded area in outdoor spaces can reduce the heat stress in summertime. For water bodies, water affects the urban microclimate through evaporation effect. Water surfaces have a lower emissivity compared to mineral surfaces. Mineral soils affects negatively atmosphere.
Can you go to the conclusion part, please?
This is the main conclusion, yeah. Okay. The main thing is that the combined effect of vegetation and water is more significant than using only vegetation or only water. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your presentation.
I'm so sorry for...
That's okay. We are in a panic because of time. Just the last one, and if you allow us, we'll take it in a very brief. It's about the transformation of public space. Transformation of public and the private space. It's instrumentally of restrictions on the use of public space during COVID-19 pandemic. So would you please, Dr. Evelyn, please to present your work? Is she available?
No, she is not here.
So I believe we now end of our part, right?
Yes, I think, and then we have time for discussion.
I wonder, it is now 3 o'clock. I wonder if we can have 3 o'clock.
We can have, we may have 15 minutes as we talk, and then we can shift the session to Professor Donia.
Excellent. Okay, so it's the floor is open for discussion and for any questions to raise it for our respecting speakers today. Professor Jose, we are waiting for you. I believe he's coming now.
Dear Dr. Hussam, you were asking one question from.
Excuse me, I think it's writing there in the chat group, Emerald Palma, because I don't know if she connected later, because she asked if the presentation skill yesterday will be here today, and we made this, but
yes, sorry, I joined later. If you already have done it, then it's okay.
Yes, because we went through a little bit because you weren't here. I don't know if we want to recover this or to make discussion. Roxana, how do you want?
We can have the discussion if you have any question, because there are some comments we can see in the chat that our friends maybe they want to open the discussion and ask.
Yes, please.
I think you had one question from the GIS, the one who did the GIS.
Hello, thank you to all of you. Actually, I have three questions and a comment. If we have time, I will just wrap it up in very fast. The question about GIS, I just wanted to, I think it was Mr. Vivek. I just needed to know what software are you using for your analysis. I know you are working with GIS, but which software exactly are you working with that? I don't know if you are here.
Yes,
so
yes.
I will ask the other questions also, and then I will leave the. For Gulce, I don't know if I pronounce the name correctly. Gulce, is she here? About the platform. Is it available already on? Can we, I don't know, maybe download this platform and work with it, or are you?
Actually, this is the conceptual stage of the system, so we didn't develop this platform yet. We will begin with the application and then with the platform, but this is the just the conceptual design of the system, how it would be and which parameter can be considered. So no, unfortunately, it's not available now.
So can you add me to your email list, and when it's prepared, can you send it to me, please?
Okay.
And then I have a question for, he presented this the space syntax. Hafnawi?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, thank you. Thanks a lot. I think your study is very interesting, but I have one question regarding your space syntax. How did you define, or did you analyze the movement of males and females separately? How did you achieve to this result? And in your conclusion, you mentioned that for men, it's more controlled by spatial configuration. What do you mean by it's more controlled by spatial configuration? Sorry, I'm asking you that because actually I work also with such approaches sometimes, and it's very beneficial for me to know your.
Yes.
And I have only one last comment, very briefly. For Desi, Mr. Desi, are you here? You presented this sprawl.
Yes, I'm here.
Actually, I appreciate a lot your study, but in fact, my personal opinion, I have a total different opinion. Maybe I had a similar thoughts like you, maybe 2 years ago, before I came to Cairo, and I saw this whole chaos that is happening in the city. Because now I believe that cities are changing, and I see that sprawl is actually becoming a solution in some contexts. It's not always a problem. But the how to adapt to this and how to work with it as a strategy, and it becomes, believe me, a way of life. So in Cairo, there are I think now over 30 million people. And if they don't expand their tissues, then believe me, it's very difficult to accommodate these people, and it's very difficult to provide them with good life qualities and all the demands they require. So this sprawl, if it's really this sprawl is becoming a solution in some communities, is not always a problem. But the only thing that we can now shift in our minds in how to deal with sprawl. So maybe before 40, 50 years, yes, with the very small towns or small cities, it was more centralized, more compact. Then sprawl was a problem. But nowadays, with the very compact and dense cities, sprawl is becoming an approach towards better future. But how to work and adapt to that is maybe the solution. This is just an overall general comment. That's it. And I don't know if Mr. Hafnawi, you can answer my question. Thank you a lot.
Yeah, sure. Can I start?
We'll start Mr. Vivek first, or we'll go Mr. Hafnawi first?
Yeah, sure.
Mr. Vivek, please.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, the maps are mainly prepared on GIS using ArcMap and AutoCAD, but we have not much dependent on the software on ArcGIS for the calculations part. The calculations parts were quite done with permutation and combinations, doing in Excel sheets and doing manually. So it was a balanced combination of softwares, handwork, and AutoCAD maps all together. Is it somehow giving your answer?
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Hafnawi, please, can you?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so your first question was about how did I calculated the movement of both men and women separately. Okay, so I'm guessing you're asking about the method here, right? Okay, it's the gate count method. It's about counting the people crossing an imaginary line in a street segment or in any location in the studied area for an amount of time throughout the day. So it's pretty simple. You must have a lot of people with you to help you with the work, and just calculate the crossing by men and women. This is for the calculation of the movement pattern. And for your second question, you asked me about the how the
I think we have any
sound problem.
Yeah, probably the connection of Mr. Hafnawi doesn't work.
Yes, yeah, because the photo, his image is stuck in somewhere. Yes. So I believe if can we have another questions, please, until maybe Mr. Hafnawi will join us again.
Yes, we have the third question to Mr. Daisy.
Yes, please.
So yes. Okay, thank you very much, my good friend, for your comments and the question. The idea is not going to be the same thing in the whole world. It's not the same issue in everywhere. This place we are talking about the developing countries. In most of those places, the methodology is not the same thing. All these places. So in these areas we're talking about, we can understand, like I said, looking at the Putsival situation. The idea is the cluster, the sprawl is very important. We eliminate it as much as we can, so that they don't. The city will be a clean place. The idea, the basic thing we want in this world is a clean city, an ideal city. It's not just, yes, it is good think about it, the conceptualize about it, which is the utopianistic system, which at the end of the day, if it doesn't materialize to reality, it doesn't help the mankind. Therefore, we are saying that using these options we are talking about, it will help. We are not saying it will eliminate it 100% at this minute. From our own research and understanding, it cannot eliminate it 100%, but it will go a long way in reducing it drastically to such a level that people can live comfortably. Thank you. I don't know, but if my listening is not, my colleague is also available in case he may want to add one thing or the other on the answer, please. Ahmed. Thank you.
Sorry, Professor Islam, if I can, I think it's a very interesting issue, especially when you, my friend Desi, remarked the idea of developing countries, because in the end, what you are always proposing in your work is a kind of analysis about the identity and how to reinforce or how to understand the identities through a new way of organizing the life and the cities in this context. So I thought I was in the middle and Vivek wanted to talk. I don't want to interrupt.
No, please continue.
Kind of questions, but for other people. So maybe you are more inside this problem now. Sorry.
Thank you very much.
May I start?
Yeah.
Yes. So not a question, but just to put the discussion to all of you, that Daisy referred to high densities and the kind of development we can control the sprawl and the benefits. I will say we need to have some framework by which we can have different index for congestion and different for density, because high density can lead to congestion or may not lead to congestion, depending on how the high density is developed. Exactly. And many of the pros and cons of high density are actually pros and cons of congestion and not actually high density. Like community integration or coherence may not be achieved in some high density areas if they are developed in different manner. And in some congested areas, we can see more communal harmony and interaction between the communities. Similarly, the problems related to infrastructure and space is much more in congested areas rather than not necessarily in high density areas. So if we try to see these things in that context.
If you allow me, just Dr. Hafnawi came again and he would like to continue his answer. Can you, Professor Jose, just let him to finish his answer, sure. And we'll back to the point, please. Thank you very much. Dr. Hafnawi, please. Okay.
So the second question was about what I mean about how men are controlled by the spatial configuration. Okay, so the theory that I based my research on is that the spatial configuration can affect the movement of people using an urban space. So the more integrated the street is, the more people tend to use it. But when I correlated this theory with the movement of both men and women, it appeared that only men are affected by this theory, and women are affected by land uses instead. So that's the answer. Thank you.
Yes, but maybe it makes more sense because women are, of course, will be for land use because they are always going for shopping, whilst men, they have their always their path, their way to go to their working place, and that's it. So you achieve to a very, a rational result. Thank you a lot.
Thank you.
Yeah, it is related to several aspects. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, done. Okay, thank you. Professor Jose, please. the floor is for you.
Yes,
please.
thank you very much. And I was very happy to see that finally we have some space for discussion, because we don't have coffee shop. This kind of congresses are very nice, but we lost so many opportunities to hear and to learn to know better the people, and in the end, the last reasons for not only for being here, but even for being studying and for doing these things. So thank you for giving this opportunity that we will, of course, get the best profit, all of us. But I would like to I don't know if Merve, with the design of the participatory design of the children spaces is here or not. Okay, perfect. Because I have one issue, but I would like before that to highlight other two things. First of all is I like it very much the intervention from Professor Nabil, because it was able to bring up another important issue, what we have lost in all our different cultures, which is the capacity to teach our new generations, which is the meaning of the city, and to educate how to use better the city, how to feel the cities, how to be proud, or how to find out our own relation with the city, because this is in the end one important task, where we are even reinforcing, our identities, and reinforcing about our own sense of property we must have about the public property, the public spaces. I mean, if we are out of these feelings, probably we will never consider our public spaces as our ownership. So this is a point I would like to remark, and I think it's important, this kind of actions proposed by Professor Nabil. But at the same time, I would like to ask Merve if she has taken into consideration, or if in such moment during the process, a very interesting process of this participatory project, if in some moment, even because we are in a city like Istanbul, the problem of lack of safety was present in these students, in these children of 10, 12 years, or even in another scale.
So of course, I made some research about it, and all the participants as designers be informed about the safety regulations of children's needs. So I explained the case study just in the context of the design workshop, but at the beginning of this design workshop, all participants as designers, architecture faculty students, informed about the child development, child education, and the safety requirements of the playgrounds. And also we classified the materials. We tried to use recycled materials, and the materials selected beforehand. So that's why we try to protect the children at least. But that was just a case study for a weekend, for 2 days. So it was not stayed in there still. So it was just for 2 days. But for the further studies, of course, these kind of design products, or these kind of playground designs should be improved, which considering also the safety regulations with the government and for the other things.
I was going a bit further away. I would like to understand if the conditions of the safe public spaces, not only the furniture we are creating for them, but I don't know, it's only because I am considering that it is a big city. Usually this kind of big dimensions, usually they are decreasing the feeling of the safety of the public spaces.
Okay, especially that region we studied on it, there were not that much huge safety problem in terms of the safety from the outside, but all the children who lived in that zone and who used that park also specified that the park are not so clean in many times. So also the dirtiness or uncleanliness creates an unsafety condition for the children in terms of their health. So there was not any other safety problem in terms of our observations or our questionnaires with the children, but the cleaning problem was specified by the children. So this should be considered. Exactly.
Thank you. I don't know if Professor Nabil is there to, if he
yes,
wants to.
Can I give a supplement on the didactic contribution?
Yes, please.
You know, in Algeria, the population is considered homogeneous, but this is far from the case. In Mostaganem, a certain segment of the population considers themselves to be part of the city dwellers, excluded from the other inhabitants. And the students feel that. Some even among students claim to be of a Turkish origin, for example, and therefore more civilized than others. So it's important to channel them towards peaceful reading of the city. This is my my experience in the for the reading by other materials than simple maps, etc. Thank you.
Okay.
I let my cam off because of connection.
It's okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Nabil. Thank you, Professor Jose, for your information, for your contribution. Professor Roxana, I believe we have to go for Professor Doni now.
Yes.
I think there is a problem about connection with Professor Islam.
Yes, dear Professor Donia Zhang, she is here, and I think she is ready.
But before that, Professor Dr. Madrigal, the stage with you if you want to have any specific brainstorming regarding the previous papers that we have discussed. We haven't, as we discussed half an hour ago, would you like to have any specific comment or? Okay.
No, I have done what I thought. I mean, I have remarked some spaces, but it's okay. I think if
perfect.
all of us, we are very happy to see Dunia with us. So maybe perfect. It's time. It's time.
Thanks. No, Dunia, I know that it was morning, early in the morning in Canada, and that's why she couldn't manage to come to be in the session A or B. Thank you. Appreciate dear Dr. Dunia. I'm going, you may unmute yourself, then the stage with you, and you can continue with your session. Thank you.
Sorry, one thing before. So we continue with the issue of these short times. Professor Dunia now knows now that we have times of 8 minutes, etc.
Yes, yes. Okay. Professor Dunia knows that each authors may have 8 minutes, 5 minutes per each authors, and her session co-chairs also will.
Okay, so Professor Islam is here. I think we made a final greeting to everyone who participated to our session, and say thank you very much, because it's been really interesting to share with you.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Dr. Simone. It was great a contribution. Appreciate that.
Yeah, I apologize because it was internet connection, so I apologize for the last minute.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So, Dr. Dunia Zhang, I can see that she's trying to unmute herself. So Dr. Nabil also here. So yes, I think right now the stage is with Dr. Dunia and colleagues.
Yeah, okay. The co-chair of this session seems not here today. Basma, is she around? Oh, yes, yes. Okay, hello. Hello, everyone. Yes, let's continue our second day's presentations. After a successful presentation on the first day, today we're going to have 8 or 9 presenters as planned. And let's see who will turn out. And hopefully we have all of them. The first one on the critical mass, a trigger parameter for cultural and creative cluster strategies in metropolises, with Ms. Zoslamara. Yeah, yeah. Yes.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
So I'm presenting.
Please turn off your another. I think you opened 2 or 3 more laptops, so please turn off the rest, and you may continue just with one. That's why we have echo in the system.
Yes, I think so. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can I start?
Yes, please.
I can share your file if you wish.
Dr. Roxana may support the team.
So I will start. This presentation is part of a broader research on strategies on urban regeneration through culture.
Yes, please.
It's not the first slide. Please, can you back to the first one, please? Okay. This presentation is part of a broader research on strategies of urban regeneration through culture, which one of the tools of which is the cultural and creative cluster. One of the title explored concept is the concept of critical mass. It is a corollary of more complex mechanisms around a metropolization process. So for introduction, cultural clusters are considered actually in urban systems to be means by which cities become metropolises and accelerate urban development. Therefore, the presence of resources and actors' critical mass is the main condition for initiating a cultural clustering process. Indeed, the critical mass is the threshold to be reached of the city, beyond which it would improve its competitiveness and attractiveness. Once this is achieved, positive externalities make it possible to establish sustainable urban and cultural projects. We will firstly start by understanding concepts like urban clustering, critical mass. Secondly, we propose to study the case of 3 cultural clusters which present different contexts and approaches. These examples provide us with information on cultural clustering processes, on models of organizations, and have favored the development of their context and cities. Thirdly, and in order to go through this step and reach this paper's aim of our presentation, the generic benchmark method allows us to compare the 3 clusters of Florence, Istanbul, and Fez, and the result is about a grid of key success factors as shown as this presentation. And we can give a C to identify the main key factors by which we can develop cultural clustering in other contexts. The cultural cluster provides a large campus of knowledge woven by economists, geographers, and urban planners based on the notions of relations, environment, social networks, and creativity, identity, and territorial linking, synergies also, and geographical proximity. About a critical mass, it is also known as critical size. It is developed in several scientific disciplines, and it is a threshold as the territory seeks to reach, and which constitutes a level beyond which it will be able to improve competitiveness and attractiveness. Thus, critical mass in urban areas is considered of several components. It is complex and related to local resources, to system of stakeholders and networks, to different proximities. The phenomenon of reaching an optimal size is also based on interactions between centripetal forces that the city offers, and conversely, the positive qualitative changes that cluster generates for the city and its attractiveness. For territories which are not attractive enough, the issue of image marketing and events is the key strategy to feedback of all critical mass of actors and favorable for clustering. The challenge of urban actors is to know how to find a balance between a research of optimal critical size mass and a meticulous knowledge of the territory. That's why we present this clustering process as an ecosystem, complex and flourishing, since they become a leitmotif for local development and urban strategies at larger scale. The challenge is one to keep a balance between those elements of the ecosystem. It is multidimensional, like urban dimension, organizational dimension, and cognitive dimension about the synergies and the connection between networks and the stakeholders. To understand now how the different factors and components of critical mass interact within a different defined perimeter, 3 examples of clusters are analyzed by the benchmark analysis. This horizontal comparison is about the fact that contexts studied do not necessarily have the same social, economical, and urban characteristics, but the strategies adopted inform us of the possible approaches, scales, and components that can be used as an inspiration for possible urban projects in other contexts and directions. These examples are cases of historic centers, local scale, important of key actors. The first one is the Florence cultural cluster in Italy. It is a symbolic system of synergy in architecture and urban planning. The cluster integrates compasses, particularly in urban public monuments in the city center with a network. The monuments are thus brought together in a complete historical panorama, where almost all of them have been a subject of monographic and historic strategies and studies. All these monuments and architectural components was the first validated in a cluster in form in 2002, which constitute with a considerable critical mass of monuments and cultural capital. The local presence of research institute, university contribution, conservation heritage, and context are also engaged in this strategy. Therefore, the consolidated cluster is very important and developed. That's what this scheme presents, with all the governance and the outcome. The second one is the cluster of Golden Horn Cultural Cluster of Istanbul. It's about a cluster of private museums in Istanbul. I can be very quickly for this example. The particularity of Istanbul is the private donors and actors. which are very active financially. However, in our view, this general situation shows two aspects. First, there is a clientelistic policy in favor of patrons, which exclude local population in the decision-making process. And secondly, all through private investment and gentrification are proudly transforming the landscape. And this culture cluster remains also in its embryonic stage and is still not administered by metropolitan authorities. That's because gentrification not include local population. It is shown in the next shimi with all the elements and stakeholders that present the governance of this cluster, the program and organization, and also the outcome. Like we can see, it's on an embryonic stage. It's not very developed. The third example is about the Fez Medina cluster. Fez is considered as a spiritual and intellectual capital of Morocco. That's why the cluster is basically emerged simultaneously, and it is supported by all local population and actors. However, from the current situation, several facts emerge. Firstly, the poorly architectural approach is not accompanied by a real social improvement of the Medina because there is a lot of poverty and illicit inhabitant settlements. The absence of social networks between craft guides, actors, and tourists shows the lack of synergy. That's why a holistic strategy is lacking. So it is a precursor in cluster and not a lot developed. We come to the conclusion of this paper to affirm that cluster studies do not present the same success. Hence, the importance of cultural factors trying to explain the determinants of performance. The cultural cluster of Florence, although it is ahead in the management of development of cultural heritage in Europe, remains an optical model, integrated management, and good governance. It's referring to the concept of resilience beyond its definition of capacity to adopt and maintain in function and development by all actors. Nevertheless, the cultural cluster of Istanbul does not conciliate cultural influence and social equity. This is beyond the very competitive position of Istanbul and its cultural cluster to the tourism and cultural development. The cluster is only considered as an urban acupuncture in the heart of historic peninsula. As for the cluster of Fez, the local urban planning practice and management cultural assets are being accelerated by public and private actors. The overview is show a grid of key success factors which was selected in a participative way and tool, and which constitute the different aspects of cultural clustering. We have therefore identified 9 key success factors of optimal success and reference for urban regeneration strategy by cultural clustering. The factors will serve to other cases analysis and different cases of critical masses.
Thank you.
Synergies and the good participatory are also important as well as critical masses. In conclusion, although cultural cluster is defined as a strategy, the clustering process varies from a city to another and it depends on the primary enrollment and critical masses of each city. Although the presence of critical mass of resources is a sine qua non condition to clustering, other parameters are also necessary, such as the presence of strong networks, proximity, synergy, and the networks between all the stakeholders. Cultural clustering, which is part of local scale, draws its strength from a larger scale, but is a metropolis one, and as a urban atmosphere.
Thank you.
Finally, in order to assess the effect of agglomeration and specialization as cluster, it is shown that optimal critical mass is different to assess because it is relative. And obviously, development process is very evolutive. Thank you for hearing, and thank you for all.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. That's very interesting. Very interesting. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you for all of you. Thank you.
Shall we leave all the questions at the end so that we can save some time?
Okay.
Okay, let's move on to the next person. Museums Open Space by
Nihon. Here, Nihon.
Yes, please.
Hello, everyone.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
You can share, yes.
First of all, we want to thanks to organization committee. I am happy to this platform. Can you hear my voice?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Our paper subject is Museums Open Space. Studies' contribution to the literature will be determined by the design approach of contemporary and traditional museums open space. As part of the museum identity and character, it will be pointed out that the open spaces of the museum are as important as the design of the museum buildings. Sorry. It's okay. My paper's content is here. Museums conduct the historical and cultural value to future generations. The museum is the educational institutions that shape the future and reflect society's scientific, cultural, and historical past. In addition to its storage, protection, documentation, and repair functions, it also undertakes an educational function. Museums gardens also participate in urban life as public spaces. Museum gardens are part of the open space systems of cities. The multifunctional structure of the museums also finds its reflection in the open areas of the museum. Museum gardens can be used effectively due to the lack of open space in the cities. Museums open space are also important element of museums' identity and character. Museums can be separated into three subtitles: pre-modern architecture, modern architecture, and postmodern architecture. Traditional museum plan typology of pre-modern architecture can be classified as palace museums and neoclassical museums. Pre-modern architecture, traditional museums buildings are generally constructed with reuse of historical buildings after the restoration of those buildings transformed into museums, palace comforts. Palazzo Medici, the house of Medici family, is accepted as the beginning of European museums. Louvre Museum and Dolmabahce Palace in Istanbul. Artist Museum, designed by Karl Friedrich Schinkel in Berlin, have been regarded as museum typology, called as neoclassical museum with rotundas and monumental stairways. Rigid arrangements outside these museums are generally formed in exhibition plan with the same rigidity. Geometric formation based on axis symmetry can be seen in the open areas and gardens of museum. With the effect of modern architecture and Bauhaus, museum architecture started to move away from 19th century classical museum, neoclassical museum architecture, with the museum designs made by pioneers of the modern architecture like Le Corbusier, Frank Lloyd Wright, Mies van der Rohe, Louis Kahn, and new eras started and museum architecture underwent a radical change in the 20th century. And New National Gallery. In order to determine changes in open areas of the museum, analyses were made on the field study, a spatial experience, observations, and analysis on the plan. For these 5 museum structures, which draw attention with their architectural constructs in the literature, have been selected. Pompidou Center, Jewish Museum, Acropolis Museum, Koay Branly Museum, and Maxim Museum. In order to exemplify the striking changing in the formation of the museum's open space, were determined and analyzed topics below: location in the city and accessibility, form, style, character, feature, identity, architectural language, events, functions, urban furniture, landscape, planting, water element and material, borders, and disabled access. First example, Pompidou Center. The most striking change in the comprehension of function of the modern art museum was probably at Pompidou Center. In Pompidou Center, there are art collections and exhibition galleries, as well as a public library, industrial design forum, performance center for dance, theater and music, cinema, workshops for children, save points, and a cafeteria. In the museum, rich examples of 20th century. It became popular. It served as catalyst in the urban reforms and joined urban life with its in front of open space, where street artists they present their performance. The visitors enter the basement, take the moving stairways, and go upstairs, which enlivens the centers. Escalators and mechanical installation giving a colorful appearance on the facade give the building and square a strong identity. Event and functions, sitting, resting, artistic activities are held in the museum square. Street artists showcase their performance. The buildings surrounding the square are joined the square by eating and drinking and selling souvenirs on the ground floors. The square is dominated by hard ground, and there are rows of trees in the north of square. In the west of area, there is a fountain pool decorated with the works of artist Igor Stravinsky. And then Jewish Museum by Daniel Libeskind, covering more than 10,000 square meters. The Berlin Jewish Museum was designed by geometrically constructing some relationship within an invisible matrix network. Outside and gardens are formed by the breaks down the building in the relation to the historical buildings next to it. Form and style. The building is one of the examples of the deconstructivist style from postmodern thought and architectural movement. Character and identity, the geometry and concepts that make up the architectural character of the building are experienced at various scale of the design. The broken lines in the plan formed the facade character. These characteristic lines gain continuity in the gardens. And third example is Koay Branly Museum. With its mass construction and the design of indoor circulation area, Koay Branly Museum is a design of recent history that features urban design principles, earn Paris a symbolic character, and produce distinctive solutions. The city garden functions as a surprising and inviting garden that includes an amphitheater added to urban structure for open-air performance and seminars. Tall glass paneling that facade north and parallels to the building and longitudinal garden of 800 square meters. Different plants from different spaces are seasonally grown, isolate the garden from the busy street in the front of them. Topographic formation have been created in gardens design. Curvilinear form movements on the ground floor were also maintained in the garden landscape. Fourth example, Acropolis Museum's open space. Acropolis Museum, located in the historic Makriani district. The museum stands southeast of the Parthenon. Characteristic feature under the museum on the archaeological excavation stay, the museum can be visited inside and outside with a glass floor. And last example, the Maxi Museum. Maxi Museum, which settled on the lay-shaped parcel, embraces two historical buildings on the parcel. The structure is designed in a flowing linear form with its orientation to the surrounding building and existing axle. Character and identity, this building, in the entrance courtyard, gross concrete surface of the building complements the concrete floor slabs located on the ground. In order to make the orientation of the building and the circulation artery more defined in the wide courtyard, two different colors of the concrete have been used as a trace of the linear flow. And looking concrete seating unit is designed in the entrance courtyard of the building, which reflects of integrity Zahidite style. And this, sorry. And the open space formations of today's museums are analyzed. Museums and museums gardens should be able to create social environments, participate in urban life as a new focus and meeting place for the state, be able to participate in urban life with their activities, be able to meet the open space needs for the state, be able to convey cultural and historical values, disabled access solutions with strong landscape features, comfortable access and use. Open space design that share the same language as the museum identity should be arranged. Thank you for attention. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is interesting. Yeah, open space is always a very important critical element in any urban setting. And you have gathered a series of examples to showcase this critical issue. Thank you.
Can you close, Nihan?
Yeah, can you close the share screen?
Okay.
Please. Yes. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Let's move on to the next person and keep your questions in mind for her, and then perhaps you can write it down in your notes. Next person, let's see.
Dr. Simone.
Yeah, Dr. Simona, that's right. Yes, Dr. Simona.
Yes, hi everyone.
Hello.
How many minutes do I have to the speech? So I organize it.
8 minutes.
8 minutes, okay. So I share my screen. Do you see it?
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes, it's clear, yes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Simone Leoni. I'm from Sapienza University of Rome, and I'm going to talk about restauri, recuperi, and innesti. And so to talk about a way to act in the built environment. This is stuff really practiced in Italy. And in fact, we believe that there is a strict interest in reuse building. And but in the same time, we can say that there are many ways to intervene and to act into them. And so I would like just to put a focus between how this way of acting will be possible and what does it implicate when acting. So first of all, we have to make a difference between to build inside the built environment, and so inside already built buildings means to make an operation about transformation. But this transformation could be inside the building or could be outside the building. So built environment is not only the building where the architecture goes to interact to, but also the entire space where the manipulation, transformation, or rehabilitation of a building will go to intervene and to act. So we can say that, first of all, to make a particular acting inside the building and inside the built environment means to make a gently application. And this is important in order to face this aspect that built environment has to feel a particular gently by the architect who goes to act into. So first of all, I think we could focus the category of restauri. Restauri, we means restauro in Italy with the definition that is strictly disciplined of restauro, a series of intervention aimed at preserving architectural artifacts in a specific characteristics. And so this is a direct transformation, and the initial and the final configuration of the building will involve in its interior space, but also in surrounding environment. So this is an example of restauro made in Italy by an ancient pre-Christian basilica made by Emanuele Fidona architect. And we see that a simple installation of a new vault, wooden vault on the top of this building, we have a particular rehabilitation in order to make the ancient space of the built environment to exist. So people who goes inside this building may have the possibility to feel again the strictly dimension of space of the ancient basilica. And this is an intervention that from outside there's no meaning, if we want to say, because there's only a new curtain portal in this backyard, but in the same time we can see that the intervention is minimum. It is just to put some minimal stuffs in order to rehabilitate the space to a new intervention and a new way of acting the space. But in the same time, we have the category about recuperi. Recuperi is an operation a little bit different. It is like a transformation. Recupero and recovery in English represents a series of operations through which a building with specific use is brought to a different destination of use. And so we have a mutual transformation in order that an initial configuration and final configuration of the building, it seems to be similar in the same stuff of restauro. But there is a bit different, because while in restauro, we have that a building with this destination of use will arrive to have the same destination of use in the final configuration. In recupero, we have that initial way of use the building will finish in another way to use the building. And so we have a transformation and a manipulation of the city in this way. For example, I show you this way the bakery of Santa Marta Barracks in Verona, and I show in this case all resin building and resin manipulation. And this is an operation by Massimo Carmassi, a Northern Italy architect. And in this way, we have the transfiguration of an old barracks, military barracks from Austro-Hungarian Empire in Italy, domination. Then after the native Italy as a state as today, this building has been just as an old deposit for many time, but then with no function. It has been re-functionalized with a new experience for universitary spaces. And we can say and we can show how the way to intervene is in this time the same like the first one, because from external space we have no modification. This modification is only about the influence of the new configuration on the surroundings, but there is not a physical modification of the surrounding space. And so we can say that with the simple and gently useful intervention, it is possible to gain a big transformation, and this is a new space, a completely new space for universitary use. Inesti is a third category, is a little bit different by that one, because in this case we don't think and we don't use as built environment only the physical built building. Inesto is in a physical built environment, and this is really different, because Inesto is a word really used in Italy after the Venice Biennale of 2016 by the curator Chinozuki, who defined the Inesto not being a formal a posteriori adaptation of the new with respect to the existing, but rather a graft capable of transfiguring the conditions of the context into new configuration. So in this way, we can make like an extension of the previous theme. In this previous theme is the physical building to be transformed and to go to a final destination of use. In this case, with the installation of an architecture, we have that an ancient environment with a new configuration will be a new energy and new configuration. This is an example of the access pavilion to Artemiso archaeological area in Siracusa, in the southern part of Italy, by Vincenzo Latina architect. And we see that this building that seems to be so gently and so mute, if you want to say, with a simple stereometric dimensions, goes to create a stricter relation to the dome that is in the frontal part, and because this is an installation of an ancient area which the dome and that is built on an ancient temple, and the archaeological area of the ancient temple in front of it, they didn't have any relation in the way. But by this new intervention that go to make a transformation in a formal empty space, we can create via technique and via technique in English, the possibility to make a strict relation with these two buildings. And for example, by the technique, we can see that there is a strict relation by the empty space and the new space inside the building to the dimension of the Enso temple in front of it, as you see in the central image. So I think that to conclude quickly, we can see a critical comparison, because there is a strong analogy between this kind of intervention. We have a strong analogy in the possibility to see a similar intervention on the built environment. But in the same time, we can say, and we have to say, that there is a strong difference, because while the early Basilican Church and the university church and the university barracks of Carmassi have not a modification of the building environment surrounding them, and we also have an involvement of the interior space physically. The intervention of the Innesti has a strong attraction to the built environment in the surrounding. And so I think that this is strictly different. There is a strong power of architecture. And so the possibility to make transformation not only of the physical matters, but even of the environment that is surrounding architecture in order to bring into possibility of a new life. And so, thank you. I've been in a rush, but I think to be accessible with this conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for presentation. It's wonderful. It's really important to see the restoration and the transformation of historical buildings in contemporary urban setting. It's a very critical issue. And so every nation should pay attention to this in terms of cultural heritage preservation and conservation. Thank you very much. Let's move on to the next person. The next presentation is a proposal of a user-centered model for bazaar structures in Bursa. Dr. Tuba.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, thank you, Dr.
Hello,
Tuba.
everyone. Hello, everyone. I'm participating from Bursa Technical University from Turkey. And now I'm very happy to share my presentation with you. And I want to share my screen. Is it possible?
Yes, yes. You click the bottom share screen. When you, yes.
I know, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, let's begin. This paper investigates the user experience. This paper investigates the user experience quality of Kozahan and its close structure Uzun Bazar in the frame of user-centered approach. USD is motivated by two interconnected interests. First, how users' experiences and existing practices can be used to inform design activity. This research mainly regards second interest, exploring the user experiences and existing practices in these traditional markets. However, the user doesn't take an active role in design processes. It creates new interfaces for user experiences as a medium of transformation, which improves the limit of user-building-city relationship. Kozahan and Uzun Bazar near it, which are close to Bursa Great Mosque, are determined as research area. Both structures are located at the urban node and connected to common circulation areas in Han region. Bursa and Han region was an important trade center in Ottoman period. These commercial areas integrated with Külliye, a complex involves mosques, inns, baths, stores, were engaged in trade and manufacture structuring. This structuring of Külliye between mosque and built environment displays an Islamic character of an urban foci, which leads to trigger urbanization through a complex surrounded by a grove of public buildings. The two essential characters of Ottoman city were a great mosque and a district of commercial centered around it. These spaces had functioned both as commercial center and as important place of socialization. Kozahan, we can say that it's still in use in the heart of the commercial part of the Bursa, but and has hosted silk merchants to date. Accessibility was an important factor for these buildings. Now, two of the busiest cities in Bursa has bounded this area. Hans anchored the streets of the bazaars and often served the double purpose of the storing goods and providing lodging for the caravan traders. Generally has a two-story high and built on the rectangular plan and has a large courtyard. And next, in parallel with the alteration over the economic and social activities, these structures have transformed functionally, especially through new physical additions over these structures. There are observed some deficiencies causing threats related to physical environment, such as deterioration of historical buildings, multi-story building additions that conceal historical buildings, inefficient uses of public open spaces. These are several main problems questioned in this research, resulted in the a hybrid image of new and old. User-centered design focuses the needs of the end user rather than issuing typical solutions that may not address any actual needs. In this paper, design by users refers to active user involvement in design planning process. Design for users refers to passive user involvement, collects the data related to user experience and behavior in the spatial context. In this respect, users are analyzed as research subjects who provide the knowledge to redesign process. This part of paper discusses the usability of buildings in terms of the user-context relationship. The idea is mainly related to usefulness. User benefits is measures user perception through the qualitative questionnaire. You see the methodology of research. And we can say that in recent years, commercial restructuring and new articulations on space damaged historical texture that constitute cafes, commercial stores that has unplanned and non-functional space configurations, and new physical additions hinder the former texture and layout of the structure. And let's continue. The question of the questionnaire mainly focus on the user types, preferences, usability of the selected bazaars. Graphic 1 displays the number of people between 25 and 45 is higher in Kozahan, while the middle-aged people is higher because of some functions such as bazaar for the user needs. In frame of the graphic 3, the purposes of visit concentrates on the resting, spending time, and shopping. These spaces are used as meeting point for the commercial and social activities. However, users' purpose of visit to Kozan differs as mainly spending time and rest because of the interior possibilities of the courtyard. And in Kozan, the main purpose of visit results from the historical texture of the space, while in Uzun Bazar, the economic cheapness and shopping are the main factors. Analysis of the choices of people access to both places shows public transport is the easiest way due to the public parking problem for the private cars. In graphic 9, the efficiency of informative elements and whiteboards are analyzed over the symmetric differential scale through the scores from 1 to 7, measuring the level of insufficient and sufficient. This lag causes the usability of space. User-centered model proposes to intervene physical and visual additions and the redesign with the urban parameters such as harmony, scale and proportion, texture, form and function. As a result of the analysis related to visual and the social interaction between the spaces, while these spaces continue to reflect urban vitality by commercial activities, the historical texture and layout of the space conceived by the new artificial additions over these structures. Bazaar structures and their common areas, their common spaces are mostly dense and crowded. Therefore, the scale of the structure creates a chaos and contradiction due to the lack of well-organized space and interaction in these traditional markets area. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. It's a very important and a very timely study of the architectural and urban space that we built. So it's a very important, a very good study. Thank you. Let's move on. Rosanna, would you like to jump in? Because according to the abstract book, your name is next, Rosanna. Are you ready for the presentation, or you would like to leave to the end of today's session? Rosanna.
You are with me? No, let us finish.
Mesa. studying the impacts of modernization on the urban structure of Iranian traditional cities.
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, everyone. Spaces, particularly Meydan in the traditional Islamic Iranian city. We know that a city is an alive entity that frequently changes through time. I used urban morphology as a tool to study how these changes are happening on the urban form. Urban morphology is the systematic study of form and structure of the city according to the changing social needs. So the process of change is important as the historic building is. We need to recognize different historical layers of the city and to consider them if we want to make an intervention on the spatial structure. 3 cases are selected, which are all the capitals of Safavids in 16th and 17th centuries of Iran. This is the schematic structure of Islamic city in Iran, which was modernized in the beginning of 20th century, and straight streets overlaid on the traditional structure and damaged most of the public and urban elements of the city. The first case is Tabriz. By urban morphological analysis, I studied the traditional structure of Tabriz and recognized 2 important axes of the city. The first one is a commercial axis from Khiyaban Gateway to Istanbul Gateway, and the other is administrative gateway. So these axes produce the spine of the urban form of Tabriz. Sahibabad Meydan is, I can show with this. Sahibabad, I may skip this slide. This is the transformation of Meydan through time. In 19th century, the Meydan was existed. In 1956, we can see that some construction were built inside the building. And in 1903, there is no evidence of Meydan. This is a natural process of urban change because Tabriz, the capital was transferred from Tabriz to Qazvin and then to Isfahan, as my other cases. So the administrative importance of Qazvin decreased. Because of that, there was no need for such a big open area, and it was occupied by bazaar, and small shops have been built. And at the present time, actually, these shops are used to sell vegetables and fruits. In 2002, a project was designed to renovate and revitalize the Meydan. You can see it here. The first phase of project was conducted and completed. The red color presented the new shopping centers, but it actually fails to satisfy the expectations, and these shops become empty shops, and there was no need to them. Because of that, the project stopped to continue, and you can see that in 2019, the square was not revitalized, and the shops are still there. I may skip the case of Qazvin because of the limit of time. So in Isfahan, we can see the urban structure of 12th century of Isfahan in Seljukian Empire. The city has a center, a typical model of Islamic city, Jame Mosque and Meydan and governmental buildings around it. A linear bazaar started from one gateway to the other. In Safavid era, there was a very extensive urban project that developed the city on the southern part. So we can see that the linear bazaar was extended, reached to a very big new square, which was named Naksh Jahan Square. And then on the left side, there are too many palaces and administrative buildings, and it continues to the next gateway of the city. Because of the new Meydan, the importance of old Meydan decreased, and because of that, we can see here the transformation of Kohne Meydan or Atiq Meydan, the name of the old Meydan of Isfahan. The transformation of it, as we can see in 17th century, is getting a little smaller. But in 19th century, it was completely filled again by the covered bazaar around it, because it actually lost its importance again and was occupied by other functions which was needed. When Isfahan was modernized, two streets destroyed the structure of actually old Meydan, but in 1902, again a project was designed to renovate and revitalize the old Meydan again, as it was happened in Tabriz. And it was interesting that both projects has failed to fulfill the financial expectations, and again the luxury shops which was surrounded the new Meydan actually failed to fulfill the expectations. So I would go to my conclusion. It is significant to be more careful when an intervention is going to be done in historic context. Although Imam, the name of the old Meydan, the designed old Meydan of Isfahan project, has restructured the traditional axis between Naksh Jahan and Jami. It has actually positive sides, but from morphological point of view, it cannot be acceptable because such a large empty area inside a traditional space, which has a history, we can see that in 19th century, the morphology of square actually changed, the Meydan has changed. So because of that, removing all these layers and creating a very big area cannot be accessible from morphological point of view. So I discussed that in order to make an intervention, particularly such big, large-scale projects, we have to be more careful and consider all historical layers of the city. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for this very important and wonderful presentation. Yes, yeah, historical preservation in an urban center is also a vital element. Some people call it urban acupuncture, which is actually a very vivid description of such a transformation. So it vitalizes a certain part of a city by preserving its historical features and values. Wonderful, thank you. Let's move on to the next presenter. Rosanna, would you like to, yes.
Dear Dr. Donia, as I mentioned, since these 5 topics, as I think Professor Jose, his idea is very good, since these 5 topics is more or less related to each other, it would be very good to have the discussion. What is, I mean, your idea? I don't.
Okay, so you mean you would like to present towards the end of this session?
Yes, probably. And
okay.
Then, we may have several questions regarding those presenters, the one who presented their work. Yes, please, Professor Jose.
Yes.
No, especially from my side. I have my things, but I think even Donia has a lot of comments to do, as well as other participants. And I think it would be so long, the presentation of, for example, 10 papers so different. And because of this casual organization, we have now 5 that they are very close if we compare with the other ones are coming after. So my proposal would be to have the possibility to share some opinions about that. If Donia, as the chairwoman of this session, does not mind.
Yes, okay. I will just add a few words of comments after the end of each presentation, and then we'll have a group discussion when everyone finishes in this session, okay? Yeah, okay. Let's move on to the next presenter, proposal of a user-centered model for, okay. Oh, no, sorry, we finished this one. Next one is, 16, the impacts of urban morphology on the thermal comfort condition of houses in Hoi An City, Vietnam. Yeah.
Yes, I'm here.
Hello.
Yeah, hello everyone. My name is Lưu Thiên Hương, and I am a PhD student at the National School of Architecture of Toulouse, France. And today I will summarize the presentation that have been uploaded to the YouTube before. And now I will share my share screen.
Yes, thank you.
Can you see my slides?
Yes, very clearly.
Yes, I will begin. And my research title is The Impact of Urban Morphologies on Housing Indoor Thermal Conditions in Hoi An City, Vietnam.
Yes, thank you.
And the research process is carried out by variety methods, including in-situ survey, measuring with temperature sensor, map analysis, and data analysis. And my presentation, the content of my presentation will follow the table of content you can see on the slide. It have 5 parts. Now we will move on part 1, introductions. And this is the pictures of Hoi An ancient town with bird's eye views. Hoi An is a coastal city in central Vietnam, and it was recognized by UNESCO as a World Cultural Heritage Site in 1999. And there are 2 main research objectives in my presentations. The first one is analyzing and assessing advantages and disadvantages of urban morphology of 2 areas, the old town area and the new urban area. And the second objective is consider the relationship between indoor temperature conditions and the urban morphologies. Part 2 is some analysis about urban morphologies of Hoi An cities. Hoi An City can be divided into 2 areas, the old urban area in the pink colors and the new urban area with the blue color. And the new urban area including 2 parts. Part 1 is Old Town buffer area. This area is around the Old Town area. And the part 2 is the whole new city on the outside. In my presentation, there are 2 areas selected for surveying in this research. The Old Town areas and the Old Town buffer area. In Old Town area, I chose Trần Phú Street, and there are 2 vernacular houses chosen to take the measurement in Trần Phú Street. Their names is House A and House B. And in Old Town buffer area, I chose Nguyễn Duy Hiệu Street. And in this street, I chose House C and House D for take measurement. And I chose these research locations based on 3 criteria. The first one is geographical location within the city. The second one is the contrast between ancient and modern. And the final one is because of the characteristic of building. And analyzing urban morphologies is based on the analysis of general plan, front facades, and cross-section of two selected streets. And the first one is analysis of general plan. You can see it on the slide. The construction density and population density of the old town area is higher than the old town buffer zones. The next slide is the maps of three positions within radius of 50 meters around the survey houses, around 4 survey houses. And the old town area has fewer canopy trees than the buffer areas. Analysis of the street facade in front of 4 survey house. The first image is the street facade around the house A, and the second is street facade around the house B. On vernacular houses in the picture have a front porch. Form of the roofs in the old town is sloping roof with yin-yang tile. Facades of vernacular house are usually filled with brick or wood. Most of vernacular houses in this old town are trading local goods for visitors or making restaurant, coffee shop. However, trading and displacing products will restrict the access and circulation of the air. This is the street facade in front of houses and house D in the modern areas. You can see the one-story house in this picture, they mainly use corrugated iron roof. This can cause an increase in the heat in this area because the heat of reflections of the corrugated iron roof. About the analysis of the street cross sections, the street cross section at the 4 houses A, B, C, and D are shown on the diagrams. We can see that the width of Nguyễn Duy Hiểu Street is larger than Trần Phú Street. The open street will promote the movement of the air, cooling the street better than the narrow street. And we come to the part 3. I do some measurement work in this part. The evaluation of the impact of urban morphology on indoor thermal conditions in this research is mainly based on indoor air temperature. And to measure the indoor air temperature, I use this equipment, the temperature sensors and Arduino microcontroller board. And the positions of measure station, I put the measuring device in 4 survey houses. The temperature measuring device will be located at 3 to 7 meters away from the main door and at the height of 1.2 meters above from the ground. And the measurement period chosen for this research work were June of 2019, and one-day measurement is 27 of June. Now we will move on part 4 is the results and discussions. First of all, we look at the figure 14 and table 1. We can see that this is the data variability of indoor air temperature as for measurement station and meteorological station for 1 month. And the average temperature data as house A is the highest compared to the remaining housings and meteorological station. Following house A is house C and house B. Meanwhile, house D is the house with the lowest average temperature background. According to previous research, vernacular housing in Hội An has adapted fairly well to climate conditions. However, this temperature survey showed the opposite result. And why? It can be explained that in addition to the impacts of architectural forms, indoor temperature conditions are also affected by urban morphologies. There are some disadvantages of urban areas, such as the narrow street that restrict the air circulation, less of greenery that increase the ground temperature, or display goods that take up horizontal ventilation space for housing. We will move on to the next figure. This is the comparison. This figure shows the comparison of temperature variation in 27 of June. This is the they have the highest temperature in June. And the measurement air temperature in 4 stations are higher than those recorded at the meteorological station from after the afternoon to tomorrow morning. This can be explained by the presence of traffic and the surface absorptivity characteristics. During the night, the building material dissipate heat to the surrounding air and lead to the increase of the indoor temperature. And you can see at the 22 hour when the weather station temperature has dropped significantly, the indoor temperature of survey house at this time is still high. This is due to the impact of heat radiation which had been absorbed in the daytime from the building and roof. And from the data, we can have some conclusions. The first one is open street will promote the air movement that lower temperature of horizontal surface, such as roof and road surface. Because the road covering material in Old Town area and Old Town buffer zone are both asphalt. Therefore, shading should be enhanced such that the canopy trees vegetation to limit the absorption of heat and radiation back into the surrounding. Limit construction density and increase the use of traditional local material with good thermal performance. And this is all of my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. That's another interesting study. Yeah, the preservation of vernacular houses is a very critical issue in many countries around the world because preservation of old houses costs more money than building new ones. So many local governments tend to demolish them and build new houses instead of preserving the old. But the old houses has many advantages in terms of thermal comfort. And I think your study demonstrates using a modern scientific methodology to illustrate that the vernacular houses has environmental advantages. Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. Let's move on. Let's move on to the next one. The next one person is.
We have several questions, but as Dr. Dunya Jain decided, we can postpone it till the end.
Yes, the question can be posted towards the end because we are running short of time. Okay, so just keep your questions in mind and write it on a piece of paper, and we can discuss as a whole group together in the end. The next presentation is called Urban Morphology and the Case Study of French Concession Tourism in Vietnam by Nam Du Duxtin.
Yes, excuse me, Miss Donia, because the internet interruptions of so Mr. Namduk will present later. Is okay?
Present later. Okay, we move to the next person. So the next person is the topic is urban conservation as sustainable development by Sneha.
Hi, this is me.
Hello.
Can you see me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. So should I share my screen?
Yes, please.
Okay, so can you all see me? See my screen?
No. You go to the end of the screen, and then there is a share screen green button. You click on that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is that okay? Yeah. Great. So my name is Sneha, and this topic was a part of my dissertation. And so basically, when I joined my conservation, I realized that people are too kaku-minded. And they have to realize that we cannot just think about conservation and ignore the development part of it. And that's where I thought that there should be a balance between the two, and I started my research on that. So I came across this book by Aldo Rossi, which on architecture of the city. So he very clearly says that no city should be treated as a skeleton or should be mummified to an era, but it should encourage development. But this development should happen responsibly. So this is the image from Mumbai, the World Heritage Site now. So when you look at this image, you see these towers which are popping up and completely spoiling the facade, the skyline of the city. So this is where I'm trying to put my point that having structures is okay, but they should be done which is with respect to the historic fabric. Another example is that if something's going to happen, how is it possible to do in a historic setting of Salzburg here? The main aim of the paper is to encourage urban planners to intervene in historic cities, but in a sensitive manner. So if you look at these images, the designs are very bold and very dynamic. So this is where I would like to say that instead of going to this drastic design structures, rather we design something which is more milder, which is complementing the older fabric. But also you are not ignoring the development or in any case, any looking forward to it. So the objective is to explore some interventions and cultural contents, but carried by a skilled architect in a sensitive manner. The project taken into consideration was a successful model, and where they look at urban design as like urban design and conservation are recognized as sustainable development. So I'll quickly run through the city Ahmedabad. So it's a state which is on the west side of India. So it is. We already had a speaker who spoke some things about Ahmedabad, so I won't go much in details. But I'll emphasize on a point that in 2017, the historic city of Ahmedabad was declared as the first World Heritage City in India. So just some images from the older, some archival images. So you can see that there's a fort wall in the background, and there is a river, the river Sabarmati, which is there, and this picture is taken from across the river. So the city was developed in the 11th century, but the fort walls and everything they developed in during 14th, 15th century, where you had the ruler Sultan Ahmed Khan, who came and made his fort, and he settled in this part. This is another image, and I'm not going much into details, but just want to emphasize on one point that even though the city is touching back to its own roots, it eventually developed with whatever changes that eventually were needed. Like today, you will see works of Le Corbusier, Louis Khan, everyone in this city, but it also has its own historic fabric. Like I already mentioned, it's a World Heritage City now. Just an idea on how the city developed. So when you look at the first image here, there was just a small point where you had the citadel and the Procession Avenue. And slowly and steadily, when you go to 2012, you see the city is equally developed on both sides of the river. So that, and another 3D image of the density of the area. So I'm going to talk about the area which is dark brown in the center. So another plan of how the city is, you look at here, this is the Badra Fort, which is the citadel. Then you have the 3 gates known as the Teen Darwaza. So this is the area from here till here is the Badra precinct, or the area of focus which we are doing. Another city which is very unique to Ahmedabad is that it developed at 2 levels. One was micro level. So at the macro level, you see that you have a central avenue, and then you have this residential plots around. Now, these residential plots, as they're famously known as the poles of Ahmedabad. So I'll come into more details on that. This is another image of the citadel where you actually see how the fort was, and it was there as to protect the city basically. Just some archival images. This is the Manek Chowk, which is an archival image again. So this is the area which I was trying to talk about. So in the background, you see the Bhadra Fort, and this is the whole avenue in just front of it, and it reaches the Teen Darwaza, or the 3 gates. So we are focusing on this area in this project. So what happens is that since this was a fort, if a king is reaching back or leaving his fort, this used to be the processional avenue, like the ceremonial avenue. Also, all the activities related to the fort used to happen in this area. This image is of the Teen Darwaza, or the 3 gates, which is just opposite the citadel, which I showed you all. Now, just an interesting fact on the architecture, on the structures which are built there. So when the Muslim rulers like Ahmed Shah, he came to the city, he didn't realize that he didn't have masons who could construct a mosque for him. So he hired the Hindu craftsmen, the local craftsmen of that region, and asked them to design the mosque for him. So what happens is that in Muslim, you are not able to, like for mosque architecture and all, you're not supposed to use any figurines or any faces and all. So now the Hindu craftsmen, they only pick up the objects which they are able to carve in the stone. So when you look at this image, you see this one pot, famously known as Kalash in Hindu architecture. You look at these leaves. So these are it was basically like a palette where they showed to the Muslim instructors and say that this is what we know. You tell us what to make from this. And then they were allowed to make some things and not allowed to make some things. In the another image, you look at the structural system, which is very typical what you will see in a temple construction. Just to go more into detail to the pole houses, this is a typical plan. Like I said, they are rectangular longitudinal blocks, and every house has a small courtyard within it. And this is how dense these pole houses are. And this is the facade. So they have this traditional carvings done there, and these basically are the merchant houses. And the craftsmanship you will see over here, they have the carvings related to the profession of that merchant. So that is how they have different styles of wooden facades will be there in different parts of the city. I'll go to the work of Balkishan Joshi. He was also known as B.V. Doshi. So he worked with Lee Corbusier in his earlier days, and then he came back to India and worked. So his architecture is very much related to what Indian climatology and what he learned from Lee Corbusier. So just going back to an image of the area of focus, and this is how it was there in the earlier days.
This is the. Since we have two other presenters and also discussion, which will be very interesting.
Okay, so should I just go to the discussion? Let me just look at this slide and I'll go to the discussion.
Thank you. Yes, please.
So this was the kind of congestion and the traffic which was there, which he designed into this. This was what his proposal was. Now, obviously, he couldn't have something like a procession happening this time, so he designed as an open pedestrian way where people could leave their houses and spend their time here. Like I said, the pole houses were densely packed. Another image, how he introduced, say, water fountains here. In the background, you see that was again restored. So the whole idea is that B.V. Doshi, he didn't have an educational background in conservation architecture, but he did what he knew was right and did not have for the historic fabric. The other thing is he brought the authorities like the Archaeological Survey of India to take care of what was their responsibility. For example, if a conservation architect would have been there, would have started the conservation of the facades or the gates over here. But eventually he didn't do that. Again, he didn't design only as a pedestrian, but also for future activities. And I'll go to the recommendation, the conclusion. So again, I go back to my point where I'm saying that even though you have a modern understanding, modern design in mind, it does not mean that you have to always design which is hampering the historic fabric, but it has to be with respect to the historic fabric. And as a conclusion, architectural schools which we have, they all mainly, they do not focus on this aspect, where they always are taught to design contemporary. So they should at least be they should give an idea of what conservation is and how they should conserve in historic fabrics, or at least design in historic fabrics. And yes, that's it from me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very
Sorry,
much.
I took some more time.
Yes, thank you very much for a wonderful presentation of a historic city in terms of its housing, the city center, and temples, and so on. So you have done a very detailed study of one historic city in terms of its architecture and urbanism. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Let's move on to the next person. Yeah, let's jump back to the previous one who made the presentation, Nam. On urban morphology and the case study of French concession in Vietnam. Thank you very much.
Yes, hello everyone.
Hello. Yes, can you share the screen, please?
Yes, and welcome to my presentation. Can you see me well?
Yes.
Okay, hello. I'm Dinh, a Vietnamese student from ENSA Toulouse in France. And it's my turn to present my topics, urban morphology and the case study of French concession Turang in Vietnam from 1888 to 1950. The planning of France had an obvious impact on the development of Turangs during their domination in the cities. My study aimed to highlight the characteristic, the role and significant impact of France in the progress of urban evolution of Turangs during their rule by using the approach of urban morphology studies. My study includes 4 principal parts, as we can see from the slide. I begin with some introduction. Study the planning of a colonial city in an area of research that need a combination of variety of data and tools, and to explore the formation and development of the cities in specific historical context. Some example of different style of expansion. They were quite different. This happened in most of European colonies, and of course, in case of the French colony Indochina, include Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia. We can see the city of Turang in the center of Vietnam. It used to be the more important part of the French in central Vietnam. However, the study of the city, the Turang cities, is limited, incomplete, and insufficient. For this reason, my study, due to the study of urban morphology, will clarify the characteristics of urban evolution of the French concession Turang during their domination, to clarify the urban spatial layout, the land use, and the urban form. In the second part, I talk about urban morphology and the study of former French colonies. The concept of urban morphology were presented by many planners and researchers. A study of urban morphology deal with physical form of a city during its movement and the comparison between different cities of similar condition. Moreover, this type studies the impact between the social form and the physical layout of a city in a two-way mutual relationship. In this colony, the colonists play a role as a supplier in every aspect of their colony, of the colonial life. The same situation happened in the French colonial empire. The French colonial empire is constituted from overseas colony, protectorates, and mandatory territory under the French rule from the 16th century onwards. By reviewing the study of Moulin in 2000, some policy of the French in their colony and its impact can be referred. First, it was the policy of assimilation. Second, it was the policy of segregation. Third, it was the illusion of independence. Fourth, it was the rigid functional zoning. Fifth, it was the policy of non-interference of indigenous culture. And finally, all the colonies were considered parts of France. In part 2, I introduced the case study of French concession to Rang during the French rule. The history of Turang associated with the movement southwards of the Vietnamese from the concession territory, according to the treaty in 1888 and 1901. We can see from the map, the French built a new city to serve their long-term plan. Next, the map of the development of Turang Road network in the background of natural element. I can show you some characteristics of the French traffic improvement in the city. First, in the first phase, the French took advantage of the relatively flat land located on the west bank of the river, and they limited intervention on natural elements as sand dune or swampland. In the second phase, the new road were constructed to connect the more distant domain toward the bank of the river or the center. During the last phase, the new road were principally small and short. Many urban projects require physical intervention on natural elements. In terms of road opening, this research assessed the basic characteristics of the French transport system. First, the street network were planned in the grid plan with the first two principal axes. Second, almost the streets of Turan during the French rule were built during the first phase. Only a few were built in the second phase, and the last were built in the last phase. The railway system covered the center boundary to avoid crossing point between the street and the railway. This system links the harbour along the river to the loading dock the city. Regarding urban land use, from the end of the 19th century, Turan were basically planned according to the standard of a French colonial municipality with basic functional area. The figure shows some functional area of the city. We can see the Asian quarter and the European quarter were distributed on the two sides of the center, divided by the commercial area, while the administrative area were installed along the riverbank next to the recreational and military area. In case of Turan, the urban central block were placed where most of the value architects were made during their rule. The urban fabric of Turan were built in this area. The urban fabric map illustrates the distribution of buildings on the plot of the center during the French colonial and the Turan urban evolution. This map also helped clarify the link between the three sets: the network of the park or street, the land division or the block, and the construction or the building. And finally, I show some conclusion and discussion. Basically, the urban development of Turan in the French rule follow the concept of a French colonial municipality in the late 19th and the early 20th centuries. The complete abolition of indigenous village by a new city, the floating of French culture, the urban planning were in grid pattern, and the urban land use of central area consisted of 5 main areas. Besides some personal characteristics of Turan can be explained, the restriction on some functional area, for example, the recreational area and the industrial area, can be explained due to the small population of European, and the nature of the city is used to be a transshipment city, not a manufacturing city. And also the advantage of waterway and maritime transportation had created a busy city with many group of people, include Asian, European, involved in the trade activity, or they live together. Some final words from my study. This is just a first step to understand the nature of a friend planning as a concession to ranks. It is really necessary to clarify its work that had been done in each phase of the development and put into the specific context of French Indochina. Similar study of other French colonial cities during the Second French Colonial Empire will draw more overview about the nature of the morphological development of French colonial city in general, or Turan in particular. Some references from my study, and that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Nam, for such a detailed study. And we can move to the last presenter in this session on the sustainability of a religious building, ending usage. Central Mosque, okay, by Professor Eileen Aras.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hello.
Hello. Can I share my computer screen?
Yes, sure.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, everyone. I'm participant from Bursa Technical University. My presentation is about the historical building İsa Bey Mosque. Sorry. The concept of preserving historical building is one of the important steps in sustainability. Conservation of historical buildings that enable the transfer of historical and cultural values to future generations is also evaluated in terms of sustainability. Historical buildings transmit many data such as society lifestyle, aesthetic understanding, and technical knowledge to future generations. This historical building should be reused in a way to create social benefits. The concept of refunctioning is related to sustainability and provides an economic, ecological, and social sustainability assessment. With this study, it's aimed to develop a proposal for the İsa Bey Mosque, which has become idle by building a new mosque nearby, to be evaluated within the framework of sustainability concept. First of all, a survey of İsa Bey Mosque will be taken and value analysis will be made. Then both the current state of the building and the environmental data will be evaluated and solution will be offered to enable the building to be activated uses. As a result of developing and changing social conditions, the capacity of the mosque couldn't be meet the needs of the neighborhood, so a new mosque was building in neighborhood and the historical mosque was close to us. While making the function selection in the refunctioning, data such as architectural value, spatial organization, and structural system that emphasize the art and historical value of the existing building should be taken into consideration. As a result of the analysis, it sees that the historical İsa Bey Mosque can be used for different purposes besides the religious building with its refunctioning. Considering that the building has a moment value for the local people, it's predicted that the neighborhood will constitute the user group of the refunctional building. As a result of the observation made in the neighborhood, it can be seen that the social and cultural areas were women, children, and young people living in the neighborhood. In this context, it is thought that it would be appropriate to refunctioning the mosque. which has become idle to serve the group of women, children, and young users. First of all, it suggests that the building should be organized as a training area in order to provide religious education prior its main function. It is thought that philosophy and religious education can also be given by receiving the support of the academic staff. At the same time, different functions have been proposed so that the active use of the building will be ensured. It is thought that the building will be used more efficiently by using the flexible space recommended in the mosque. In other words, by using the building by intersecting education and philosophy. It is recommended that the local people experience the building intensely. The mosque shouldn't restore to be suitable for use by different users group and different time periods. Therefore, flexible planning approach should be aimed for different purposes. With the functioning proposals to be developed for the mosque, it's aimed to reach the next generation and provide cultural sustainability. It is thought that the concept of sustainability will be supported with the training and productions that the local people will perform in the place. The İsa Bey Mosque can become idle and an important value for the local people. The proposal was considered to be sustainable both to the physical condition of the mosque and the social structure of the neighborhood. It's considered important for sustainability of the mosque, which is a cultural asset and is important place for the local people with the new function. It is thought that the new function proposed to the building will ensure that the building will survive for the next generation and will benefit the local people. In this context, it's aimed to ensure the mosque cultural, economic, and ecological sustainability with the proposed refunctioning. The study is aimed to raise awareness in local governments and institutions and organizations dealing with the youth. Thanks for listening.
Thank you.
I'm stop sharing.
Thank you for the presentation. Yes, the sustainability of the physical structure or the tangible culture is also to sustain the intangible culture of a Islamic philosophy or ideology. Is certainly a very vital aspect of cultural heritage preservation. Thank you very much for your presentation. Last but not the least, we have Rosanna. Are you ready, Rosanna?
Yes, actually, since we are taking 10 minutes of Professor Jose, time, if you agree on that,
Yes.
because Professor Jose's session is expected to start at 5.
Thank you, dear Dr. Donia Zhang, for your supporting this session for today. It was great. I appreciate that. Unfortunately, because of matter of time, we have to go to the final stage. You know that while we are doing a game, so there are some in final stage, there are some difficult stage, and now Professor Dr. Madrigal is going to, let's say, run his session. So
but before that, we want to ask we have several questions from the presenter that we may us if he started his
the youngest participant in the Congress be welcome, you know. So I think it's very nice now. Look, hello. I think it's very nice to now to try to get the possibility of closing the
10:30. Now it's 10:11. So we have nearly 20 minutes to talk about.
Yes. What is 20 minutes in the life of this planet? Nothing.
Nothing. Yes, that's yes. I thoroughly enjoyed everyone's presentation. Everyone has a different perspective about cultural landscape and heritage preservation in their own way. So we had comparative studies of 3 different cities, and we have examples of historical building conservation, and we have examples of one city with different functional buildings, and also we have the colonization studies in the last 2 examples. So it's very interesting and with diverse perspectives and approaches with contemporary scientific methodology to study the traditional architecture and historical buildings. Do you have any comments yourself? Please contribute. Now the time is yours. Thank you.
Thank you.
Roxanne has something.
Yes, actually, if I can pronounce the first author with the name, it is a bit difficult for me. The first topic was about a critical mass of cultural class.
It's me. I'm Amira.
Yes, Amira. It was very nice and interesting presentation. Actually, I have a question. In which term, circumstance you are considering the critical mass? Critical mass of what?
Yes, it's about critical mass of urban amenities, of monuments, historical tissue, critical mass of stakeholders, and critical mass of urban potentialities, urban research institute about business scale, about several factors which constitute the critical mass. Well, actually, it's very complex, and it's include a lot of factors. So it's about population, about monuments, their conservation, about the role of university, the role of investors, of donors, etc.
Yes, actually, since you were talking about you were showing during the presentation about the physical, in fact, the amenity that you were talking, the physical condition of an environment. As we know, we have 4P of carrier of culture. We have place, people, product,
yes,
and process. A process which we are also calling it as activity.
Yes. Yes.
And in this circumstance, the critical mass, in fact, it will be, since I saw that you were also mentioning the top-down and bottom-up strategy, which is very important in agglomerating cultural product or activity or cultural class. In that case, I may actually summarize. It is just comment that I can add to your work. It is better to clarify that we should have critical mass of initiator or creators. Creators can be in terms of production, industry, or creative class, which Florida was mentioned about it.
Yes.
Then apart from that, since also you were mentioning the top-down and bottom-up strategy, which is very indeed detailed one, in fact, you also mentioned about critical mass of investor.
Yes.
Which is also another important part which we should consider. And then the important part is that a critical mass of audience, consumer. We need people to come and consume our product.
Yes, yes. Actually, we took part of all these elements in a larger study, which include a larger grid of 149 indicators about the creative class, about the initiators, about the investors, etc. But in this presentation, we just focused on the concept of critical mass and how it is a very evolutive concept developed by especially the synergy between all these actors and all these elements of critical mass. So it is a very speed and very dynamic concept related to the metropolization process of each city. So for example, in Turkey, the donors and private investors are more active than the other population. In Fez, it was different because local population is more conscious about his historical heritage. So a lot of initiations and activities are promoted by local population, and also exogenous gentrification, because a lot of foreigners come to Fez and buy houses and convert it to riads. So this dynamic is also part of critical mass. So it's dynamic and it's different from each context to the other. That's why we compare all these examples by a benchmark, generic benchmark method.
Very nice, very nice. Thank you.
Okay, thank you too.
Yes, Sana.
Hello. I want to ask Thin Hu Hong Lu regarding her presentation. She, as I understood, she made a comparison between old district and the modern district. I want to ask her, because she referred to measuring the temperature inside the houses, 4 houses. I want to ask her if she made any measurement outside the houses, I mean in the streets or in the alleys or somewhere, because she is talking about morphology, means urban level. I want to see if she has made any measurement outside the houses, because inside the houses, according to my opinion, it will neutralize many factors to judge the temperature, let us say, as one of the factors to measure thermal comfort. Because as we know, temperature is not only the factor to measure the thermal comfort. This is what I want to ask her.
Yes, thank you for your questions. And I would like to answer your question that because I put the sensors and the temperature sensors inside the house because I need the electricity supply for install the sensor, and I put the sensor for one year measurement. And if I want to measure the temperature outside the house, such as the alleys or the road, the street, I cannot to put the device outside the house because I need the electricity supply. And it is the first
for
reason.
The temperature, you need the electricity supply for the measuring the temperature?
Yes.
Okay, temperature can be measured without electricity. What is the problem? You can measure it.
Because because
by tools even.
Yes, but I measure for 1 year. So the measurement device can the device can measure the temperature outside with only use one
logger. You mean it is logger? Means it is time by time. It is automatically measuring.
Yes,
I understand that. But what I want to ask, it will be more matured if you measure the outside, because we are talking about the shape of the districts. Means we are dealing with the morphology, not with the inside of a single house. This is what I want in order to understand where is the heat plans, where is the movement of the air, where is the movement of temperature, of heat actually, because it is moving inside this district. It is not fixed. So maybe sometimes it's become more hot than other time. This is I think this should be your goal in the future, in order to make more comprehensive research regarding this title that you mentioned.
Yes,
this is my opinion.
Yeah, thank you very much. I understand your idea, and personally, I think there are 3 factors impact on the temperature indoor. The first one is the urban morphology. The second one is the architectural style, and the final one is the activities of people inside the house. And the weakness points of my study, of my research, is I cannot survey the activities of people inside the house. And I know your idea, and the next research, I will survey the temperature outside the buildings. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's a good point. Yes, thank you, Sarah, and thank you, Tian. And who's next?
I would like to do some short comments, if you don't mind, because I think I am in agreement with Donia that it was a very, very interesting session, maybe with 2 different blocks, but in any case, both of them very interesting. I would like to highlight, first of all, Simone's intervention. Thank you, Simone, because you have done a very, very comprehensive and very nice presentation as a general introduction to the problem. And maybe this is my personal opinion, coming year, if we have coming year, sure we will. It could be even one specific block inside the Congress, because this is a very important issue, and probably around this issue we can organize so many things, and even so many, why not even professional practice, about these 3 options for seeing the attitude facing the problem of the old stones. And but I would like even to highlight, for example, that in the end the issue of Amira's presentation, as well as Tubasari with the bazaar structures in Bursa, and even, why not, the one from Mason, I think, they are, in my opinion, around one important point, which is the commerce. I mean, so they are commerce cities. And because of that, they are commerce activities. The cultural clusters today, in my opinion, is an economic activity. So they are is another kind of commerce in the end, But I think even in the case of the bazaar structures of Bursa, it's very nice to see how only one structure like the roof was created. It's transforming the whole capacity of the city to regenerate the commerce activity, in the end, the genetic code of this city. And I have only one question for Maysan because of the Maidan in Tabriz. I don't know if he's here or not. Yes, I am seeing you. You talk about ruined adventure of a new commercial center on the other side of the river before the entrance to the bazaar, right? Is this ruined opportunity, is that because of the ruins, even in an economic way, of the bazaar with the appearance of the new mall centers in the peripheral areas? Because it would be very interesting, in my opinion, to contrast these 2 points, you know. What is happening with these bazaar cities in all your country, and not only there, you know, but alongside the Silk Route. And when the mall centers are appearing, what is happening with the bazaar cities and all the urban structures around them? This is my question.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jose. I actually analyzed the whole structure of Tabriz when it was the capital of Iran. And it had a very governmental importance at that period of time. And the construction on the other side of river was actually a governmental maidan with administrative building around it that connects Bazaar to the other gateways on the other side of river. The body of Bazaar, the main body of Bazaar, was at the other side of river. So it was connected with 2 bridges. If you can see my presentation. But when the capital was transferred from Tabriz to other city, the Maidan actually lost its function and became, at the part of time, a no man land with no use. But then some small-scale shops occupied the region, and it has become a place for just selling vegetables and fruits, which has no relation with its magnificent and the original function of the Maidan. This process is some kind of natural process of changing and transforming urban environment. The new project of Sahibabad Maidan aims to revitalize Maidan as it was in about 500 years ago. It's not correct for me because there is a process and other historical layers happen to be built on the Maidan, and it actually changed its function. Tabriz still is an important commercial city, but not very in terms of administrative. So Bazaar, at the other side of river, continues its expansion, but as the connection for the other side is a little difficult, it actually lost its connection, and Maidan changed its function in the coming years.
Thank you. No more questions from my side. Thank you very much, Donia.
If I can close, I just want to say one sentence, because I think that it is really important for 2 things. This particular interest about heritage and built environment. First of all, because we have to face all over the world an unethic theme. Because reuse built environment means not only to take something that is physical built and to convert in something else. It means to give new meanings. And I think the way to give new meanings to the things is something that there is a lot of lack of this in this world right now, because we had a general globalization team all around the world for many years, for many decades, But now I think that in many parts of the world, it's going to come out a new sensibility and a new interest. In the same time, to give answers that can be global, but in the same time local. And I think that in order of this, it is really important to refound something like the valuable way of memory. That is something not economic, not linked to finance, but linked to people and to living of people. And so I think that architecture in this can have an important role that we as architects, we have to face on to give a better word here forward on. So I think, thank you very much for the questions and for the answers, because I think that's been really interesting to face this from many parts of the world. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. I think we have run out of time. It's 10:32 here. I think we need to start the next session, session D, right? Yeah, according to the program, session D starts at time.
The session will start when we decide. The program is the program.
Yeah, because we have spent 2 hours already on this session. So are you ready to move on?
Of course.
Yes. Okay, good. Thank you. Thanks everyone for your presentation and for your wonderful and hard work. Yes, great.
Thank you, dear Dr. Jean.
Thank you.
And the valuable studies that you have done, dear authors, Miriam, Nisam, I appreciate that.
Yes.
Ludu, Sada.
Who's the next session there?
The stage is with Dr. Madrigal.
Yes, that's right.
Professor Dr. Madrigal.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, all of you. Let us go ahead with the last session. Only to try to understand where are we now. It's please try to clarify me that after the session we will have something, right?
Yes, actually, after the session, I think it was the program was 8:30 or 9, something like that. I will check it now. We will have gala night. We may have, let's say, not unofficial meeting with each other to discuss the quality of the conference. We may have, I know, half of the authors have already fastened and they may have used them. So after the, let's say, 8, we may have some discussion. So they may bring some soft drink or hard, to have discussion with each other about the quality.
Together.
At what time? At what time is exactly?
Let me check the program. I think
it was based on the program. It was well 8:30.
8:30, yes.
Okay.
8:30. We have 3 hours time.
No, the question is to know if we need to go to the hotel rooms in order to change our or directly we go, you know, or maybe we can propose all of us to have a glass of something. In my case, juice, because here alcohol, of course, nothing, you know, and we can even, why not, to cheers in the end, you know. So
I can drink instead of you, Dr. Jose.
Yes, so please help me to do that. Thank you very much, Salar. You are very kind. Well, no, it's in order to clarify, but I think 2 hours and a half would be great to develop the idea. I don't know if Emre is today with us. If not, I would like to invite Nabil to co-chair with me. And so we have here, according to what I see, 8 papers at this moment. If they are here, all of them.
Professor Dr. Emre is also just joined with us. He is here. Thanks.
Yes,
God.
I'm here.
Sorry, I didn't see you. Okay, so better. So we will alternate, or we will see how to organize. I didn't see you yet. Sorry. Well, so because of that, as usually I want to do is, let us go to this structure. One block of 4 presentations, some comments and some brainstorming about these 4 presentations, and then we go to the other 4 in order to give more opportunities to participate and to share our ideas, if you don't mind. I assume that all of you are not telling me anything, so you have approved. Thank you very much. So let's go now to the first block. The first block is eventually integrated by Dr. Bogusach. I saw her in such a moment, Siepan Halil, Suhail Sabrin, and Seher Beisa and Hatice Kalfulu. I will ask all of them to, first of all, before starting, if they are here, to introduce themselves, you know. So it would be great, because I usually don't like to sit down around a table if I don't know all people, you know. We never know. So because of that, I would like to invite the different participants to have the opportunity to know something about them. For example, is Bugu with us now? No, I don't see her.
Actually,
okay.
She was around and she just left. She mentioned that she's not available to present because of she has baby, and I think Siepan is not around.
Okay. Any of the other?
In fact, Bu, she has 30-minute video. She was asking if it is possible to play the video. Of course, it is your choice, but she will be around to answer all the questions.
Very good, very good. Thank you very much. We have another 3 authors. It's Sipan Halil with us. Not yet. And Lessa in Arabic, I think. Suhair Sabrin and the colleague? Not yet. Yes. Very nice. Oh, sorry. Where are you?
I'm here.
Oh, sorry. So can you please introduce yourself and briefly, and especially your colleagues are doing the work with you, please?
I don't hear you, please. Mark.
Sorry?
I don't hear you.
Would you please introduce yourself and your colleague, co-author?
Yes, of course.
Come on.
Okay.
Suhail.
S'il te plaît, Suhail, est-ce que tu peux te présenter?
Oui, je peux présenter.
Oh, it's
okay.
It's only to know who are you and what are you doing here, please.
Non, pas faire la présentation, mais te présenter toi-même.
Ah, d'accord. Okay.
Okay.
I am Sabrine Benergui, an architect in the University of and the medical assistant in the University of Architecture and the University Farhat Abbas City, and candidate doctorate in the University of Constantine.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And what about Seher Beisa Mahmoud and company? Are they here?
I'm here. Yes, I'm
here.
Can you hear me?
Can you please introduce yourself? Please, yes. Suhail, can you switch off your screen?
Stop sharing, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. I am Seher Beyza Mahmut from Ankara, Turkey, from Yıldırım Beyazıt University. I'm a master student at post-war and post-disaster reconstruction and rehabilitation program. And today I will mention something about segregation, urban segregation, which we create something with Dr. Hatice Hatipoğlu. She is my supervisor. And that's all, I think.
Thank you very much. This is more than enough at the moment, and nice to meet you here. Thank you very much. So,
Nice to meet
if we don't have other people in this first block, you know, I will ask you, Roxanne, if you have the possibility to switch on the first presentation from Bubu,
Yes.
the video.
So there is no sound.
So yeah, you can put the sound maybe.
I will be talking about the effects of life experience.
It's okay. Perfect.
In this presentation, I will be talking about the effects of life experience on houses in Cyprus. The island of Cyprus went through numerous occupation and migration from the oldest state ever known onwards. The island, after the Roman, Byzantine, and Lycian eras, was taken over by the Venetian in 1894. After the Ottoman occupation started in Nicosia in 1570, the island survived through world wars, and in 1878 it was taken over by the British. For that reason, the island had inherited a wide range of culture and many valuable historic buildings. Many stories of migration were told after certain wars that took place within the Republic of Cyprus among the Greeks and Turkish, who lived together between the dates 1963 and 1974. After the historic incident of establishing the buffer zone between the north and the south by English soldier named Bartholomew in 1974, 500,000 people were forced to migrate in the Iceland. One cannot declare that there is a cultural difference between the people within the same island just because they were identified as Greeks and Turkish in the south and the north side of the map. These people lived through the difficulties of war and migration together and share the same heritage of culture and civilizations, as well as the same geography and nature, breathing the same air for many years, living out their lives as neighbors. It has also been scientifically said that Turkish Cypriots and Greek Cypriots seem to have similar DNAs. There are numerous research about the topic. The first, Dr. Erol Baysal in 1919, when he was working with Turkish, English, and Greek assistants on the DNA Turkish Cypriots, Greek Cypriots to find out about the thalassemia disease. While doing the research, he also had the opportunity to compare both nationalities' DNAs. And the second one, in a study by the Cyprus Neurology and Genetic Institute, research was carried out to determine the descendants of the Greek Cypriot community from the Middle Eastern Mediterranean. The aim of the research was to understand the different and similarities of both the Greek and Turkish Cypriot communities. According to research, the majority of the Cypriots come from a single genetic pool of Cyprus origin. It was concluded that both the Greek and the Turkish Cypriots, whose Y chromosomes were examined, come from the common lineage dating before the Ottoman period. A great amount of mechanisms that reflect the human-nature relationship is related to culture. Architecture as a component of culture is a solid form of the effect of culture that is conceptualized over the specific structure. The aim of this presentation is to analyze and come up with conclusion about the Cypriot architecture and how it links the culture. More specifically, the overall goal is to find out about the similarities between the Turkish and the Greek Cypriot cultures by looking into local houses from an architectural perspective. Since the cultural differences in architecture and the culture-architecture relationship have gained importance, a significant amount of research has been carried out on the topic in the recent years. In the studies, it was revelated that the architectural form and especially the house configurations are affected by many values. House configuration is not only the result of the physical factor, but also of socio-cultural factors. When discussing the factors that influence house form, it would be useful to consider them as a physical component of an ideal environment. At the same time, houses can be considered a physical mechanism to create and reflect the worldview. Houses reflect on culture in the best way possible. The most used places in traditional Cypriot house are open space such as yard and terrace. This presentation will first be looking into open space in Cypriot houses. Due to its geographical location and strategic importance, Cyprus was the focus of interest of various cultures and people. The island has been under the control of many different powers. In this respect, multicultural identity is one of the most important aspects in the traditional house of the walled city of Nicosia. The city is one of the oldest settlements on the island. The walls that surround the city consist of 11 towers. After the year 1974, the city of Nicosia was split in half, forming Turkish and Greek. Hence, the houses in the Arab Ahmet area and the ones constructed on the neighbor area are physically very close to each other and are a good example of the traditional Cypriot way of living. That's why I select those areas to be analyzed. Religion examined within the scope of socio-cultural factors affecting the housing design is a phenomenon that affects and regulates human relations. There are also many studies done in the concept of culture-housing relationship. Amos Rappaport is one of the important architects who made lots of research in the field. Rappaport has explained the relationship between culture and human behavior by separating the culture extensively into components. He explained the process from abstract physical, the relationship between culture and human behavior, worldview, beliefs, value, image of chains, and lifestyles. House design and architecture forms get affected by many values. In addition, a traditional Cypriot residence is constructed in the three main sections that are open, closed, and partially open. Therefore, the courtyard as the big open space from the residential unit as a smaller closed space. There usually are two big rooms to form the closed section. One of the rooms is used to living space to keep warm during the short but difficult winter times and also keep cool during the hot summer season, functioning in many ways through its design. On the other hand, the second room within the closed section not only functions as another living area, but also as a to store food. Moreover, there is yet another open area located in between the open and closed section of the house to control the sunlight that comes in. Yes. Ways to analyze building. First, comparison, looking into the porch. Second, looking into the backyard. Third, looking at the space in the backyard. As seen in both photos, the little court is the only open section seen from outside the house and fairly decorated with flowers to give it a pretty appearance. Usually, the big open areas at the back of the house are for family members to eat comfortable and spend time peacefully. This drawing is a simple example to show you the importance of the courtyard. The entrance and the rooms are smaller in size comparing to the courtyard. This is typical in Cypriot historic houses. As we mentioned, the significance of the backyard within old Cyprus houses, it's also critical to be hospitable in the Cypriot culture. The tradition in Cyprus to sit and eat all together around a table located at the backyard to shape a traditional hospitality. As it can be observed in the pictures below, it is important to keep half of the backyard in shape with an appropriate cover on top. As you can see, here's the courtyard. Here we can see a good example of traditional Cypriot backyard. If we look carefully at the backyard and analyze the construction from there, we can see that there are dissimilarities at each rise of the house. These different rises help the backyard to function in more than one way. For instance, parents are able to hold up an endless conservation at one side, whilst their children play safely in the other end of the backyard without being hindered by the construction. Moreover, in duplex Cyprus houses, there is usually a staircase in the backyard that also leads to the top floor where bedrooms are placed. Such a staircase within the backyard is almost always embellished with flower pots to keep the colorful outlook alive in general. It is quite noticeable that both Turkish and Greek Cypriot households tend to enjoy planting and potting their flowers around their homes. Here you can see some alternative courtyard design which can be found in Old Town Nicosia. Yes, most of the mechanisms that reflect the relationship between people and the environment and cultural related. House design in general are the result of the social-cultural factors. In conclusion, all kinds of foliage, whether corporeal or incorporeal, formed by one nation during a historical period are passed on to the following one to what we call culture as a whole. Although it is accepted that religion is a phenomenon that affects and regulates human relations, socio-cultural factors are more effective in terms of house designing. Sharing the same nature, geography, climate, and years of experience encourage people to follow similar design rules without considering which religion they believe in or which language they are speaking. To be hospitable, both civilizations seems to make the effort to serve their visitors the best way they could. Prompting the window cones, entrance, and staircase with flowers is something very meaningful since it happened to be a cultural permanence in time.
Okay, Emre, please.
Sorry, I was on mute. Thank you very much for this presentation. I'm not sure whether Boo is together with us at the moment, but I think we can move on to the next presentation, which is going to be presented by Siepan Khalil. The Divided and Inaccessible City, a Critical Analysis. Is Siepan with us?
He's not here. He's not around. And Dr. Bu is also trying to connect again to internet to be able to discuss, explain about this presentation.
We will do the discussion.
Yes. In that case,
okay. Sorry. Only one thing. This person is not accessible because of the title of the paper, I think.
She's trying to actually connect to the internet. She sent a message. Maybe you can go to the third one and she will be able to join later.
Okay. Henry, please.
Sure. Then we will move on to an accessible presentation, hopefully. The next one is the experience of intermediate housing in Algeria between social and spatial arrangements. And it will be presented by Suhair, Sabrin Ben-Rigwig, and Nasira Ben-Hassin. I hope I pronounced correctly. Are the presenters with us? Suhair?
Yes, I am
or
here.
Nasira?
Yes, I am here.
Okay. Thank you. So please, we're listening to you then.
My screen?
Yes, we can see your screen now.
Yes, okay. Hello, our study about the experience of an intermediate housing in Algeria between social and spatial arrangements. We will treat the existent correlation between the intermediate housing characteristic, social practice, and spatial configuration. In addition, its effect on the space appropriation by space transformation or not. The objectives of this study are to study the intermediate housing and access all its characteristics. Moreover, identify the factor influencing resident perception. Here, we clarify the notion of the intermediate housing because it's the third way between collective and individual housing that differentiates it from the other types by 6 criteria in the figure. Now, the case of my study is Tougert. The capital of Ouadrire region is located in southeast part of an Algerian Sahara. It's considered or crossed and commercial extended city. The traditional Sahara habits occur in the second figure, and the tradition and the colonial fabric and the recent described situate in juxtaposing the palm groves. Then we will pass to habit spatial structure. The first example is the traditional habit characteristic of Qasr Nazla. The Qasr consists of a group of compact dwellings by vast palm groves. The traditional Qasr dwellings does not have a standard plane. It's atypical and characterized by introverted. On the ground floor, these rooms are articulated around a cutroid, which central space. Many spaces characteristic the Qasr, such as Sqifa, a barrier space, Bitadyef, a guest room, Bit, chamber, Haush, cutroid, Cuisina is the kitchen, toilet, Makhzans is storage, space for animal, Sabat is the covered open space, which indicates the which for resting places. The number of rooms indicates the number of family. The floor plan is by the stairs, includes bedroom and a terrace. A terrace is the stah. The terrace is also used for various activities like kutroid, meeting places, spend to evening, or sleep at night during the hot season. The height of a dwelling does not reach 2 levels. Here we have photos in سقيفة, سابت, كوزينة, الحوش, space for animal, house and rooms. The second example is intermediate housing characteristic. The project was carried out within the framework of the urban extension of towns Nizla in Tugurt. Urban characteristic. The hierarchy of public to private spaces is respected by the successful creation of space such as a veranda and terrace, private space, square between dwelling, semi-public space. The visual aspect of the round arc urban gate serves as a landmark to identify ourselves in the neighbor, and this gives the sensation of virtual limit and symbolic barrier. The socio-spatial arrangement of spaces is set by inhabitants. Architectural characteristic. The dwellings are designed with a standard plane. The bedrooms and the bathrooms are organized around the central space, and it's replaced the cutroid of the traditional house. The intermediate housing characteristic as respected by one is the low-high human scale. It doesn't not exceed 2 levels. 2, the private access. 3, the private outdoor spaces. It's a natural continuity of the living space and the kitchen. This space have a different activities like a cutroid. The socio-spatial arrangement is very much appreciated by inhabitants. These spaces gives them a feeling as a home. This arrangement is similar as the traditional dwelling. We see in the second figure 3 openings of the principal facade. On each dwelling explain the important role of central space. The aesthetics elements are reduced and expressed by musharabiyya, pinnacles of Qasr architecture. Here we have viewers of private access of veranda on the ground roof and terrace on the first floor. Social characteristic. The intermediate housing offer characteristics like the use of opposite dwelling sensation is described. The notion of home is one of characteristic of habitability provided by the habit. The third is the inhabitants have a good neighborly relationship because the reduced number of high and absence of common area, in this case staircase, require less maintenance. Socioeconomic characteristic. The marital family replaced the nuclear family in the traditional houses, and the rescues from 4 to 6% that adapted with the type of the housing design. Finally, the result. The correlation between social practice and spatial configuration, the quality of the spaces it provides contributes fully to reduce the transformation of the inhabited spaces. The intermediate housing has characteristics similar to the traditional habit Qasr. By adaptation of intermediate housing to social cultural practice, 2, the adaptation with the family structure, 3, by socio-economic condition. Conclusion, the experience of an intermediate housing has led a socially and spatially coupled reality and has contributed of the development to living together approach. All experimentation is necessary to overcome certain monotheistic stereotyped models to which we sensitive by trying to draw the lines of the habitat in which we want to live in the future according to our natural climate, socio-climate, and above all, this socio-cultural condition. Thank you for your attention.
Please, Nabil.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nabil.
Actually,
yes,
I have just realized that Professor Dr. Erol Hocam is also our Dean of the Faculties here. I don't know whether he is available to talk or not. If not, I will call him to invite him to our gala night and our rectorate as well. Hopefully they will be available. And Professor Dr. Emre Hocam, you may continue, please. Sorry for interrupting.
No problem. Dr. Nabil?
Yes, I introduce the fourth participant.
Yes, please.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, I call Seher Beyza Mahmoud.
Yes, I'm here.
Welcome for a subject topic analysis of segregation on urban space, Ankara case, creating a city within a city. You can begin.
Yes. We change a little bit I share my screen.
You want to share your screen?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. You can see, right? Can you see?
Yes, we can see.
Okay. We change a little bit the heading of our study, but the topic is the same. Can I start? Can you hear me? Hi.
I hear you.
Okay, I'm start now. This is the analysis of the segregation, a city within a city, decoding different morphologies of fragmented housing. It's about urban segregation and morphological differences on segregated spaces. In this presentation, first the segregation and morphology of segregation will define, then aim and methodology and the framework for evaluation which has created to understand the case more systematically will explain. After we will continue with a case study, lastly conclusion. Start by explaining the segregation. Segregation means a formal or informal separation of one group from another. This separation can be based on several reasons like ethnicity, race, religion, or lifestyle. It can occur by non-geographical means as a social distinct, but also it reflects to urban space. Accordingly, some closed areas or enclaves where an insular group of people live have been created in a city. Marcus classified urban enclaves into three basic headings. First, outcast and classic ghetto, where socially excluded people come together. Second, immigrant and cultural enclave, which is the area of the same ethnic origin or similar tradition and mindset. Last one is the citadel. It is the closed community formed by upper income groups' spatial segregation. They prefer to isolate themselves from the other social parts. Also, this type of enclaves is called as gated community. And in this study, we will focus on this enclave types. Urban morphology is the study of form, shape, plans, or structure of towns. There are several land uses, several types of buildings. And represents each space has their own system and relations inside. Analyze the morphological components of urban segregation in different housing typologies to highlight the fragmentation of urban space through different kinds of social entities as a result of physical and social borders. It is based on literature review and Konzen and Yangel's concept. The evaluation has been conducted by using observation on fields and morphological analysis. Clear, we prepared an evaluation framework which helps to classify more systematically. In this framework, Konzen's classification of scales underlie the indicators. The scales are further developed by means of sub-indicators in each layer to understand the codes of morphology, which create segregation in different scales and more details. For example, at street scale, permeability and public spaces, at building scale, hierarchy of spaces and inner scale interaction have chosen as sub-indicators. In the following sections, Simpaş Egeveli housing projects will be taken as an example of gated communities and slums around it will be emphasized. On the Dikmen Valley in Ankara, advertisement of this project started at 2016 and now it is almost done. It has 49-story tower and 5 more blocks. Around it, there are 85 slums with 1 or 2 story, each of them located in the land in accordance with topography. Start with first indicator, streets. According to Constant, streets represent open spaces covered by street lines and reserved for the transition of pedestrian and used to create permeable spaces. At this point, we have to mention that permeability provides accessibility opportunities in an area. And according to Yangel, there are 3 types of accessibility. By visual accessibility, people can see into a space before entering it. Physical accessibility means a space is totally available for public. And symbolic accessibility is a feeling like whether entrance to space is threatening or not. Ege Valley has a closed edge of approximately 150 meters, which prevents the perception of valley and what is happening on the north. Physical access is also not possible since the people from outside are not allowed to enter the area, and entrance is under the control. Likewise, since the area addresses only one group, which is upper income, and symbolic accessibility is not possible at this point. Contrary, slums contain more openness, no security testing is required to enter, but there is a break in the symbolic accessibility only for those who are the others, who are the foreigners. Other sub-indicator is public spaces. Public spaces are irrevocable part of urban design. When the public spaces of both territories are analyzed, there are 5 main open spaces in the vicinity of the district, but none of them are inside the slums. In other words, these open spaces mostly serve to the housing blocks around. However, there are quasi-public spaces you can see from the table, like hobby ateliers, winter garden, etc., inside the Sinpaş Ege, which are preferred more than the surrounding public spaces by the inhabitants of the gated community. Additionally, by shaping the built environment, urban designers influence the patterns of human activity and social life. According to Yangel, outdoor activities in public spaces have been divided into 3 categories. Necessary activities like going to school, optional activities like walk to get some fresh air, and social activities which are conducted through the existence of others like conservations. When outdoor areas are of poor quality, only strictly necessary activities can be occurred. When the opportunities presented in the case study are examined, it's observed that both groups can bring necessary activities as compulsory and optional activities occur under different conditions and at different levels. The social activities that are allowed in Sinpaş Ege are higher than those in slum settlements, but activities in Sinpaş Ege cannot belong to urban life because they have located beyond the walls. Continue with other indicator is plot scale. Under this heading, we will briefly look at parcels and density changes. When the sample area is examined from 2013 to 2019, there has been new construction attempt, new zoning plans. You can see cadastral parcels borders have totally changed. Today's zoning plans promote privatized land uses, housing like Sinpaş Ege. Small parcels have disappeared. When figure-ground relations are analyzed, it is obvious that there is a decimation of slums on the site, and not surprising, the construction of new housing project like Sinpaş Ege can start soon. Changes on the basis of the parcel also affect the density of the area. For sample case, it is more visible that density of area totally different from each other. Some settlements cover approximately 19 hectares of land, while Sinpaş Ege covers only 2.6 hectares. In slums, there is less living units per meter square than Sinpaş Ege. As expected in Sinpaş Ege plot, there are almost 73 times more people per square meter than slums area. This density in the small walled island is opposed to the nature of human and nature of the neighborhood. However, less dense slum settlements provide human scale interaction of individuals and perceivable neighborhood. And the last scale is building scale. The pure statistical ratio of people per unit area doesn't seem to be the most important factor in determining how people feel about living in high density cities. In particular, according to Newman, the notion of private, public, and semi-public space plays a central role here. In slums, there is a lack of semi-private space can be observed. For inhabitants of slums, hierarchical space is not a basic need because people live there to fulfill only their shelter needs, and there is no consideration of other items like hierarchical space. Contrary, Simpaş Ege project is well designed to provide better conditions for its inhabitants. All hierarchical level was applied. Also because of its gated functions, area automatically gives a chance as semi-private usage for its inhabitants. And the last sub-indicator is inner scale interaction, which means the human scale contact. According to Yangel, physical or prevent visual and auditory contact in at least 5 different ways. If there is no walls between people, if people can communicate in small distance, if speed in settlement is based on walking rather than driving, if houses at the same level orientation look each other, the situations promote a contact between individuals rather than inhabited. In sample case, Simpaş Ege can promote only one of 5 elements. It has pedestrian-oriented design, so it is promote only speed element, while slum settlements promote all elements. So even Simpaş Ege promotes more large, secure, luxury environments. It cannot provide small-scale physical arrangements.
Thank you, Seher.
As a conclusion, each habitat has their own urban life perspective. All of them reflect to the space. Both habitats in the same neighborhood are like opposite poles of the magnet. Inhabitants of both perceive each other as a threat in a close proximity, and they have closed their walls to each other. Their lifestyles reflect to space and become visible on the urban areas and morphological components in different scale. And I think that's all. Thank you so much. This is just a summary of our case analysis.
Thank you. Emre, would you mind to continue to present one more, because maybe after these 4 works really presented, we can have a short discussion. But I will thank you if we are trying to adjust to the 8 minutes time, if possible. Thank you very much.
Sure, thank you. Our next presenter is Ziton Hichem.
Yes, I'm here. Hello.
Okay, and you will present logics and system of urban actors in the governance of the operations for the resorption of the precarious housing in Algeria.
Yes. Can I share my presentation, please?
Sure, please.
So, hello everybody. This presentation is the synthesis of a research work that is part of a Master of Science. Our investigations have enabled us. Sorry. So our presentation is enabled us through the study of a very important phenomenon in the management of cities and urban governance, to address and identify some sensitive points concerning the logic and the system of urban actors in the implementation of operations of the precarious housing resorption in Algeria. We have first addressed the phenomenon of urban slums in its entirety based on reading of international organizations' reports. These documents have given us a good illustration of the scale and challenge that governments face in providing decent housing for the populations. The published figures are alarming. Slum dwellers make up 78% of the urban population of the least developed countries and a third of the world's urban dwellers. As a part of the global trend, Algeria has decided to rid its cities of the slums and that dot their urban landscapes. To this end, the government has mobilized significant resources with colossal budgets to deal with the proliferation of precarious housing. However, from the beginning of this program implementation, we have observed numerous riots and demonstrations led up by slum dwellers throughout the country, most often denouncing the failure of the public authorities to keep their promises regarding the resettlement. This sense of violence recorded since 2010 testifies to a real malaise and lack of trust between the inhabitants who have been waiting for housing for several years and the public authorities who show no transparency or clear rules in the governance of these operations. As slum dwellers have no other civic means to making their voices heard, they find themselves forced to resort to violence to trigger debates and hearings with the relevant authorities. This leads us to ask the question, if the Algerian government is committed to rehousing these populations with the necessary means, why do these populations not stop expressing that discontent and annoyance through riots and violence? In order to be able to answer this generic question and provide rational explanation for this situation, our research was based on an inductive methodological approach with a socio-political dimension. The choice of this approach has two convergent ramifications. On the one hand, the nature of the problem, which requires observations and interviews in the field. On the other hand, we postulate that the policy of slum clearance in Algeria and its implementation is far from the expectations of the inhabitants, and that only a governance model based on a participatory approach could reduce the division between inhabitants and public authorities. The initial findings follow the survey show us the misunderstanding between central and local actors and point us toward incoherence and confusion in terms of actors' logic. The decision of the precarious housing resorption was taken after the publication of the RGPH 2008, which was the trigger of this dynamic. This report was followed by the detailed diagnosis established during the revision of the PDAU of Algiers from 2009. These studies have highlighted the extent of the phenomenon of slums in the Algerian periphery. Since then, a political will has emerged, initiated by the President of the Republic through his public speeches and the reports published by the Council of Ministers. The drawing represents the system of urban actors, illustrates centralized governance. The role of local actors is limited to the information transmission and the physical and social state of the slums. Participation in the direction of the involvement of civil society and the citizen does not seem to be a concern in the central authorities. We also note the non-involvement of experts and researchers in the field of urban development and sociology. Moreover, the governance of these operations take the form of a simple administrative management of the processing of scribers' file and the realization of the rental housing. As a result, the operationality of the precarious housing resorption is often subject to delays and in the achievement of a housing, and also to disagreements and discounted every time the list of beneficiaries are published. An in-depth reading of the actor system organigram has enabled us to classify these actors into categories: decision makers and initiators, PHRs, political and strategy actors, operational actors, finally local actors as informants. The Wadu Shayah district is located in the municipality of Bas Jarrah, which represent a veritable laboratory of the various experiments conducted by urbanization policy since the 50s. Indeed, its territory was urbanized during the 70s with the construction of several housing estates to accommodate the populations of the rural exodus generated by the workers' attraction of the neighborhood in industrial zones initiated in the 70s. This district was affected by operations of precarious housing resorption from 1950 to 2010. The summary of the story through the construction of chronological frieze allow us to visualize the different stages through which this multiple operation took place. This frieze was built after several interviews with the inhabitants, interviews with the local authorities, as well as consultation of archives and urban planning documents. The general image of the district presents a serious state of insalubrity, which has led the inhabitants to demonstrate the indifference of public authorities. These demonstrations turned into violence riot in 2010, following the broken promises of the rehousing. Then a second event took place in 2014 before the relocation in January 2015. The strong tension between governance and governed clearly points to the existence of conflict of logics between the central actors and the dwellers. The story of rehousing of the precarious district inhabitants once again highlights the failure in the governance of these operations. We deconstructed the causes of the failure through a social analysis of local actors' logic, through the semi-directive interview and the survey through the interview on the logics of central actors, to highlight the faulty links in the influence of the actors' opinions that we materialized in an analysis matrix. In our survey, we used three main qualitative data collection tools: participant observation, semi-structured interviewing, and language analysis. The processing of the data obtained from the socio-political survey has enabled us to identify and categorize as follows. The confrontation between these categories allowed us to schematize the links of opinion influence, three of them which have an influence of certain actors' logic or which are the origin of the others' logics have been identified. These are, in our view, the logics of actors on which we must act in order to improve the implementation of these operations and proceed to the model construction of good governance for PHR projects in Algeria. These three logics are technocratic logics of precarious housing resorption policymaker, assistant logic and social expectation, socialist logic of rent distribution.
Thank you, Hichem. If you go to the conclusion part.
Okay. So the theoretical feedback allowed us to identify three essential concepts that we divided into three phases: short, medium, and long term. These are the awareness and recognition of the pluralism of actors, the decentralization of public action, and finally, we analyzed examples in order to deepen our knowledge of citizen participation and transversal governance. The confrontation of this knowledge with the logics of actors allowed us to visualize a hypothetical scenario of the progressive. So in conclusion, so we are in front of a radical action of new housing projection and delocalization without worrying about the socio-spatial effects of this type of intervention. However, the intersection between social policy and urban policy has shown, as the situation in Algeria suggests, that the involvement of inhabitants in the slum resorption process is long and difficult path. Finally, so we note that in Algeria, very little has been done in terms of research into adapted and non-radical solutions. The action of clearness is nowadays more and more discarded throughout the world. As a result of this research, we affirm that the solution lies in an action of slums integration in the urban dynamics by the improvement of these territories at the urban and architectural levels. This requires an interactive approach involving sociologists, town planners, and central actors in the elaboration of a specific model for Algerian citizens, thus guaranteeing their inclusion and the preservation of the poor population's right. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Zitwan. So, Dr. Nabil,
yes.
would you like to present the next?
No, so sorry for, can we do a short brainstorming now, because of we have probably an interesting block where segregation issues are touching the several scales: social segregations, urban segregations, historic segregation, even, and colonial segregation. So sure, there will be some comments to be done. No, not much more than 10 minutes. It's probably enough. Well, I love your ideas and your opinions. They are very interesting. So I will maybe open the fire. I would like to highlight first of all, in general terms, that what we have seen in the end is one of the consequences of the hyper-urbanization and compactness of the urban centers, especially the big scale urban centers, in so many cases, as we have seen in Algeria. By the way, I think we must mention that the participation of the group led by Professor Mariam Chabou, EPAU, it's an important contribution for the Congress. So please transmit your professor that you are really doing a very interesting work, in my opinion. But at the same time, I would like to have the opportunity maybe to compare how these things are done. You know, so from one side, as far as I understood, in Ankara is of course is not a governmental, but it's blessed by the government, of course, this kind of actions. And suddenly, you know, the gentrification is appearing in the most brave way. Meanwhile, the segregation in Cyprus was a social hidden by religious things, but we can't discuss even that, you know. But the social segregation and historical one is a fact. But I would like to understand better from the oasis of Touggourt what was happening here. Maybe even if I don't know if the participant with this presentation is here or not. But if it is not, probably Nabil has more information about what happened there. Nabil, do you have anything to explain us what is Touggourt, which is the meaning of Touggourt
I lost a connection, and so if I disconnect, I apologize. So I would like to talk about the intermediate habitat in Algeria, the topic of Touggourt. You know that housing in Algeria is conditioned by specifications unified at the national level. This constitutes an aberration in view of the variation of population, of climate, societies, etc. Suhair, sorry. You have succeeded, or are you thinking? It's a question. Huh? It's a question for Suhair. Okay, I can ask a question.
Yes.
For Suhair, have you succeeded, or in the study, or are you thinking of working on a kind of a general methodological prescription? Which will allow project sponsors to go beyond administrative standardization. This is my question for Suhair. Then about slums in Algeria. It's I
can't understand the question.
Do you think about?
Can you speak in French? Can you speak in French in order to do the question? Maybe it's better for her.
Ok. C'est-à-dire que le problème en Algérie, c'est que les cahiers de charges concernant l'habitat sont unifiés au niveau national. Et cela pose un problème par rapport à cet habitat intermédiaire qui se ressemble un peu partout en Algérie. Donc, dans votre recherche, est-ce que vous avez réfléchi à une issue pour le problème, c'est-à-dire à une méthodologie globale qui ferait que les cahiers de charges seraient différents en fonction qu'on soit au Sahara ou alors au nord de l'Algérie, à l'est, à l'ouest, etc. Est-ce que vous avez réfléchi dans votre étude à cet état de fait? Est-ce qu'il y a une solution par rapport à ça?
No, I haven't about this, but I know that we have in Algeria the same specification, ça veut dire le même cahier de charge en Algérie, du nord, the north of south, is it the same? Of an intermediate housing. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Any other comments about this point? I would like only to have only one short comment about what is really happening. I will tell even in the region and even in the continent, you know, the segregation caused by the national policies is continuously repeated, you know. We can see here, for example, in Egypt, where there is an incredible segregation in order to use the northwest Mediterranean coast, the branch of the coast from Alexandria till the Libyan frontier, for example, where the idea is the progressive movements of the old Bedouins, the locals, were settled in this territory. Why? Because of the resource, because of the supposed national political interest. And this is what is happening, in fact, in Egypt. We have seen today the issue of Ankara. I think the issue presented by the last by Amira and company, because I don't remember your name, Hisham. I think it was Hisham. It was in the same way. But even yesterday, the Islam's policies and the famous 27%. It's a pity. I don't know if he's here, the author of this paper, because it would be great to conciliate or not the opinions about that. The Islam's policies are always coming from the same way, which is the people are immediately and automatically outside the policy because of so many reasons, but usually not only political, but usually social, etc. The same thing happened in Kano in Nigeria, as far as I remember, and we could continue to talk about all the continent. If we don't have any other comment about that, I would invite Nabil to present the second block of the works.
I have one concern. Maybe I think Dr. Nabil is from Algeria, and also we had one presentation which Hisham, am I right? I cannot hear you.
Yes, no, Hisham.
Because at some point I lost your presentation. That's why I apologize for that. In some points I lost the presentation. You were talking about the failure of the of Algeria government.
The governance of
the failure of the governance.
The failure of the governance of the Algerian government in the implementation of operations for precarious housing.
For managing those slum dwellings.
Yes.
Because I think the history is repeating. It was really everywhere, starting from America, which was the point. I don't know whether you are familiar with it was a documentary movie about a Pretty Go myth from St. Louis, which the politician, they decided to manage the slum dwellings. They bring it in a segregated community. They promise to they are going to have, in fact, they promised the dwellings that, okay, we are going to have the repairment each month, each year. They couldn't. After the history, it belongs to 1970 something. The government was not successful, and it was named as failure of modernism, which I don't believe. It is failure of managing.
Yes.
Managing. And this is the history that we are always repeating everywhere. We are making, and it was in after 40 years, because of lack of managing, I mean, the idea, the administrative work, they totally collapsed the building.
Yes, actually, the failure is a fact, but the difference that each context is different from the other. In Algeria, for example, the governance is totally central and top down. They make decisions and we execute in every city and in every sector. So the difference is also about a rental policy, because Algeria had a lot of money, so the authorities spent that money to build social housing for these habitants. So the government is not making decision with population. There is no participatory approach, and also inhabitants are dislocated, so they are given to another place, and after that they are transported to another city, to another sometimes another culture and another neighborhood. So that's why there is a lot of social problems or social contestation, and it is different, kind of different process comparative to South of America, or comparative to Morocco or to Turkey. We're not knowing all the contexts, but in Algeria, a lot of money and social central decisions are running the situation, if I can say. So we propose that only social improvement and social participation can do the difference. That's why in our team we are working especially on how to integrate population, how to integrate other stakeholders, like in municipalities, like researchers, like actors, to the strategy, to propose other solutions, to integrate slums, to integrate social inhabitants, and also to integrate informal commerce, like you said, Dr. Jose Manuel. So there is a lot of informalities that we have to integrate in the a global strategy, integrated with participative approach and social management.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's really true. This is the problem. Two conclusions. Human animals are the same ones all around the planet. This is the first conclusion. And sometimes to have a lot of money is a problem, as you have told us, you know. But it is true that a third conclusion is we don't need to do an internal war and internal frontiers to move 500,000 people as it was moved in Cyprus, you know. So they don't need to the frontiers. They do, and that's all. Okay. Well, thank you very much. Let us go back to the blogs. I will ask if it's possible for Nabil to present the second blog. Thank you very much, Nabil. Thank you, all of you.
Okay, my connection is very unstable. So I introduce PhD candidate Fiona Kavakure. Fiona Kavakure, or assistant professor Erkan Oskara.
I think it's Ercan Hoşkara, if I'm not wrong.
or Fiona Kawakuri.
I lost it. Fiona, no, she's not there, here probably.
Okay, we go to the next. Shepan Khalil.
Siepan, he already announced that he is in inaccessible city, so he is
okay.
not.
Okay, the next. Dr. Oluwafemi, I'm apologize. Akonde.
I think Femi is here.
Yes, I'm here. Yeah, I'm here.
For implications of urbanization on housing quality and occupants' health. You have the word.
Okay, so let me share my screen for my presentation. Thank you. Okay, so I'm presenting my paper titled Implication of Urbanization on Housing Quality and Health towards a Redirection in Housing Provision in Nigeria. The background of my study, my presentation is presented on the screen. I want to start with the study background. Nigeria is a lower middle income country, as well as the African most populous country of approximately 200 million people. This population is as a result of increase in urbanization. Now, the poorest socioeconomic group in Nigeria is about 50.2% of its urban population. And this socioeconomic group will lack adequate supply of urban housing. In the 1960s, when Nigerian got its independence, Nigerian cities have had a growing deficit in housing provision. This has become worse due to the nation's urbanization challenges. Now, currently, Nigerian housing deficit has been estimated to be at between 12 and 16 million housing units. Among the problems that is associated with the available housing units provided already is natural ventilation and indoor air quality that are missing in millions of these houses. And these natural ventilation and indoor air quality are often poor. Therefore, they result in prevalence of airborne disease transmission. And we also find out that one of the problems with the housing provision in Nigeria is that there are few studies that have considered implication of housing provision on occupant health in order to determine the appropriateness of the houses, the housing provision that have already been made. Now, we look at the figures of the screen. You see the growing urbanization in Nigeria has led to millions of substandard and poorly designed houses, and also these houses become crowded because of the population. This then results in ill health of most of the occupants. On the left-hand side of the graph, you see how Nigerian population grows from 1960 from about 5 million people to almost 200 million people from 1960 to 2018. And then you can see on the right side of the screen on my presentation screen that the housing becomes crowded over the years. Now, I've looked at the literature for this study, and I've categorized the literature under 4 subheadings. Now, architecture and health, what is the connection and combination between architecture and health? Many authors very few authors have looked at the connection between architecture and health. Then I also have the health healthy housing. What is healthy housing? Then I also discussed on housing quality, and then I also looked at the housing indoor environment. These as as taking less attention of researchers, in prominent time. Now, under the housing and health, Arundel et al. 1986 said that ventilation remains a key strategy, design strategy, to lessen the spread of infectious disease in the indoor environment. Now, under the healthy housing, deficient and worsening housing conditions have been established to trigger a range of diseases, which include lung diseases, neurological disorders, mental and behavioral dysfunction, and the rest of them. Then, when we look at the literature under the housing quality, WHO, that is the World Health Organization, has also identified that indoor air quality in any housing provision, rank the 8th most important risk factor, and this is responsible for 2.7% of the global burden of diseases. And now, under the last topic, that I considered under the literature review, the housing indoor environment, Grandon et al. In 2005 identified and reported indoor characteristics, mainly temperature, relative humidity, ventilation, and accumulation of biological pollutants and infection potential to seriously deteriorate indoor environment. So from this literature review, this led us to look at the conceptual framework for the study. Now, the conceptual framework that you are seeing on the screen describes the implication of urbanization on housing and health in Nigeria. And then major factors have been identified, about 5 major factors have been identified in the conceptual framework. The first one is the housing driver. What drives the housing? Of course, we know that this is the increasing urbanization in Nigeria. And then the next one is the housing deficit. What is the relationship between the housing deficit and the housing delivery that is provided in Nigeria? Then what happens to the current housing delivery in Nigeria? So the next factor now looks at the current housing delivery deficiency in Nigeria. And then all these 4 factors, when we bring it together to housing dwellers and dwellers demand, that will help us to be able to know what is the expectation of the occupants of this housing that is being provided in the Nigerian population. From that conceptual framework, I discussed the aim and the objective of my study. Now, the aim of the study is to assess the indoor air quality and the health risks associated with the urban housing provision in developing countries like Nigeria. There are 2 objectives that were looked at in this paper. Number 1 is to determine the correlation between the health incomes and the building parameter and air quality in the building, the houses that are provided. Number 2 is to improve the health quality of housing provision in an emerging economy or developing economy such as Nigeria. Now, the screen that you are looking at is the study, it tells us the study area. The study area is located at Bauchi Metropolis in Nigeria. Bauchi is one of the 32 states of the Federation of Nigeria, and it has a population of 493,000 people and consisting of 8 administrative wards. The ward consists of 43,654 households distributed in the low and the medium high density neighborhoods of Nigeria. This the picture by the left hand side, shows the world, within the Bauchi metropolis, and by the right hand side shows the housing, the view of the housing provisions within the world. Now, the next slide is about the methods and materials that were used for this study. A 3-pronged approach was used to collect data, for this study. One, we made use of health questionnaires. This included the demographics of the people, the reported health issues and symptoms of the people, and how the buildings were operating. Then, secondly, we also had overnight monitoring of CO2 emissions, the temperature, indoor temperature, the PM 2.5, PM gas, particulate matter, and the PM10. These are 2 types of particulate matter that is present in the air that is not visible to normal eye. These were conducted in about 150 houses separated into 8 districts or 8 neighborhoods. We also use air quality parameters. We look at air quality parameters within the building because we felt that it is not just providing large number of houses. What is the air quality parameter present in this building? So we made use of air node sensor, otherwise called air visual USA, which help us to capture the CO2 emissions and other parameters, within the indoor environment. And then lastly, we also conducted the building audit, whereby we recorded the room and the window types and the building type, the location, the orientation of the building, and the aspects such as heating, fuel, sources. Now, I'll go to the results and findings in the study. Now, the majority of the respondents in the study, had a monthly income of $50. So this shows that these are low-income people, and this corroborates what I said earlier in the introduction, that the poor socioeconomic people, account for about 50.2% of the total population of the country. So we saw here that the majority of respondents in the study, they have a monthly income of about $50 every month. That is just earning about having about $1.25 per day. And then we also find out that the mean concentration of PM, that is the particulate matter 2.5 and particulate matter 10 in the interior, were actually very high compared to what the WHO guidelines value is. Within the building, we found out that the PM 2.5 was about 53 micromillion per meter cube, while PM10 is 228 micromillion per meter cube. Meanwhile, the benchmark recommended by WHO is 25 micromillion per million cube for PM 2.5, and then 50 micromillion per meter cube for PM10. So this shows a wide range between the indoor air quality within the houses that are provided and designed for the populace. Now, so you see the mean concentration of the CO2 emission within the building was found, to be 584 parts per million and parts per million. So this indicates that the ventilation was actually adequate, having a range from 403 parts per million to 2,201 parts per million. However, we found out something. The reason why this ventilation appears to be, to be that adequate, because this is not satisfied. A pilot study that was conducted in order to be able to establish the hypothesis or the assumption that we have in this study. Now, the mean temperature within the building was found to be 28.9 degrees centigrade. This is slightly higher and exceeded the ASHRAE recommended value, which is supposed to be between 31 degrees centigrade to 24 degrees centigrade. The relative humidity found was 40.7% and is within recommended value of 30 to 70%, by ASHRAE. Now,
1 minute, please. 1 minute. Thank you.
Yeah, that this study suggests that the building tends to be well ventilated. But the reason for this is that there are multiple interacting factors that are responsible for this. One of them is the way the occupants operated their building. Many houses are built within a secure fence and around the courtyard. So the household are able to leave their windows open for long hours, both in the day and the night. So this gives an impression that the houses are well ventilated. And the next finding shows that there's a big positive correlation that was found between PM 2.5 and PM10 and CO2 emissions and the main building orientation. This means that the building orientation of indoor air quality and indoor CO2 emissions are not significantly correlated in this study. Now, the building characteristics were cross-tabulated with the incidence of the process to explore the association between them. We found out that the main building orientation shows significant association with some incidents of diseases such as measles, meningitis, and tuberculosis. The building floor areas also are significantly associated with meningitis, measles, and influenza. So their odd ratio are less than 1, which implies that as the floor material that were used for the building improved from earth to wood to cement and to road, the odds of incidents of the three elements are reduced. Now, the logistic regression that was carried out shows that the PM10 shows significant relationship with chickenpox, and influenza, while PM2.5 shows significant relationship with influenza. Now, this study is not without some limitations. One, we have some methodological limitations. Like I said earlier, we have small sample size, which was small to detect some strong association between the variables. Secondly, the indoor air quality and the CO2 emission was monitored between 8 to 12 hours, in contrast to 24 hours recommended by the CO2. Why was that done? Because we had challenge of 24 hours continuous electricity supply in Nigeria. This led to the use of alternative sources of energy, such as power bank or generator to power the monitoring equipment. This limited the number of hours the equipment can function. On the screen there, you can see the equipment as it is being powered and it is being charged in preparation to collect the data. In conclusion, this study demonstrates some association between certain building characteristics, such as building orientation, the wall and the floor material, and housing type. These building characteristics are potential risk factors in naturally ventilated residential buildings for certain diseases such as meningitis, measles, chickenpox, and influenza. So this, in conclusion, this study calls for a redirection in quality of housing provision in Nigeria rather than much quantity. Yes, we know that we need much quantity to cater for the populace, but we need quality housing provision as well. So this quality housing provision is occupant center, and it should have reduction strategy for indoor particulate matter, which combines to deteriorate the indoor environment that triggers susceptibility to infectious diseases. A large-scale intervention study will also be needed with large sample size. We also recommend that with continuous measurement of indoor PM and CO2. This is essential in order to capture the full range of air quality measurements and the association with occupant health outcomes over time and space. Thank you very much for listening. And if you have any questions, I will be happy to entertain your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Oluwafemi. I know how challenging it is to deal with the humidity in Nigeria. I have been there for probably 15 times. So, and I know how challenging it is to get a continuous measurement as well. So, well done, congratulations. Next presentation is Model Cities for Resilience, Climate-Led Initiatives, and presenter is Dr. Didem Güneş Yılmaz.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, we can hear you.
Me? Okay.
If you can share your screen,
can I share
please.
my screen as well? Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay. So you see my screen, yeah?
Yes, we can see your. Yes, we can see your screen now. You can start anytime you like.
Oops, okay. So my presentation is about, thank you. So my presentation is about concepts developed for climate change resilience. And how we came to the topic of climate change, I will just introduce some examples. General research topic is about disaster, natural disaster. And I, as from Turkey, I particularly interested in studying earthquakes. But in the last few decades, we have been also exposed to the different kinds of natural disasters. For example, for natural disaster, we divide them into 5 groups, generally due to their physiological ones, meteorological ones, hydrological ones, and climatological ones. but in all around the world, we've been experiencing more frequently the types of the letter 3 one. And these are severe droughts and extreme precipitation. It means heavy rainfalls and coastal flooding and heat waves. So this graph is very freshly prepared one from the EM-DAT. This is the database that provides the annual disaster frequency tables. And you see from the table that the clear jump of floods and extreme weather events rather than respectively than the others is just very severely become happening after particularly 1990s, and it's a very clear jump after 2000s and onwards. So these types of disaster that climatological ones, hydrological ones, and meteorological ones, and they are bound to each other most of the time, and we've been exposing to them in our world for the past decades more often than to discuss climate change. Now we also divide the depending on their time set. For example, some are slow onset disaster and some are rapid onset disasters. And earthquakes, volcanic eruptions are types of rapid onset disaster because they just strike instantly and they give damage instantly. And we can also recover our built environment accordingly rather instantly. But the other types of disaster, and also climate change is one of them, is now happens in more long period of time. So that's why we call these types of disasters as sorry, slow onset disasters. And today, there are some evidences accepted as the rapid climate change is occurring on our Earth's climate. And these are global temperature rises, warming oceans, shrinking ice sheets, glacier retreats, decreased snow cover, sea level rise, declining Arctic sea ice, extreme events, and ocean acidification. And as we are living in all built environment and mostly from urban areas, we are more exposed to the effect of global temperature rise and sea level rises. So this also takes us to have some more focus on the topic of what is this and how is and why it is happening. Sorry, can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. And this brings us to the topic of what is the problem? What is the main problem? Are we causing to this, or some other facts are causing to this? And as you see in the previous slides, there is the fact that human activity can alter the climate of our entire planet, because some researchers have proved this. And basically, some greenhouse gases, finally we call them, are causing this climate change fact. And this initial research is back into almost like century and 6 years ago, interestingly. And so today we can call this greenhouse gas emission problem for our urban environment, because the cities are accepted as the key problem setting of this climate change. They occupy only 2% of the world's land surface, but they consume the 75% of our natural sources. And they produce the 50% of global waste, and they contribute to the greenhouse gas emissions by 60 to 80%. So there is this cycle thing happening that we emit greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, and this causes a barrier between the atmosphere and the natural cycle of atmosphere. So this causes a barrier, and that changes our climate. Lately, the IPCC has been studying our built environment and our footprints on Earth, and they reveal that in 1990s for example, our built environment, the building carbon dioxide emissions, and carbon dioxide emission by 13%. And today, in the last report was produced in 2014, and after that, the next one didn't come yet. But in 2014, it's been reported that in 2010, for example, the total building stock causes the consumption of 32% of total final energy use in global scale. So this is a very serious contribution from our built environment to the greenhouse gas emissions, so causing the global warming. You see in the graph here the residential and the commercial consumption rates. In our residential buildings, for example, it's common for residential and commercial building that the largest share belongs to space heating. And it's always above 30%. And for residential, it follows with cooking changes to the. And other than that, in the consumption of energy, doing this water heating and the other types of consumption areas depends. But it's very clear that our buildings are a great contributor of this climate change fact. So there is this thing happening, and some reports in IPCC, for example, suggest us to adopt some technological options, some changes in our design practices, and also as our behavioral changes should be changed, and so that we can lead some reduction our consumption, energy consumption. For example, if we are building a new building with those appliances, I mean the technological better options and design practices, we can save up to 50% to 90% of energy in total. And if it's an existing building, we can do some alterations and we can save the energy up to 50% to 75%. And so far, I've been listening to the presentation. For example, we were talking about the reusing of existing buildings and historical buildings even. So these are the key points of our built environment. And with this problem came so clear, the UN established an agreement, we call it Paris Agreement, in late 2015, and clearly pushed the parties, pushed the countries to combat against, intensify the action sustainable low carbon feature for our global cities. So there are some examples. This is a theoretical search, and there I found some concept cities that have been developed. Some are constructed and some are half constructed and some are fully constructed and successfully realized. For example, the most well-known example is Masdar City from Abu Dhabi, Emirates. And the project was designed by Foster Architect from UK. And the project was designed to 100% powered by renewable energy. And the energy sources were also divided into photovoltaic panels, waste energy, and evacuated thermal collections and concentrated solar powers. And the project was initiated in 2006, and it was aimed to finish the project in 2016. But unfortunately, as I done more further research, I found that the project is today only 10% of the entire project was still built, and probably the finish date of the project will be 2030s. And the other fact about the project is the design of the master city was to host 40,000 will be the residents and the 50,000 will be the daily commuters. But also the total population of today is just reaching 2,000 people as residents there and the commuters. And also the other fact about the project is the the idea behind the master project to make the city zero carbon and zero waste city, but the time changes and the crisis happening. So the funds and the investment are also changed for the project. And today the project is just step back, let's say, and the idea is just to build a low carbon city rather than just zero carbon city. Also about the transportation system.
Conclusion part.
Also about the transportation system, it was designed for a car-free perspective, but now it's only hybrid cars and electric power cars and hybrids. So this is layout graphic of the project. You can see it in more Google research. So the concept here is, the argument here is, like in the conventional city, we emit more than 1 million tons of carbon dioxide, but this city would be the zero carbon dioxide emission. But as I said, the idea was left, and just the goal is to make it more low carbon city. So this is the, you can find more, the other slides are, sorry?
If you can have the conclusion part, I think you had more than 10 minutes.
Okay, I will just finish quickly. Other types of the concept cities was the sponge cities from China, and it was about the rain water management that caused floods. For example, this is an example from a city, and you see on the left side from the dry season, and you see on the right side from the wet season. All the inundated areas, they still cannot barrier the connection between the islands. And there are some other examples as well. Sorry. So this is the topic, main topic of the research as well. I mean, we have changed our urbanism paradigm in the decades. For example, after 90s, we found the sustainability, and in 2000s, we came to the point of being smart in urban cities. And today it's about smart climate urbanism, providing low carbon cities, eco-cities, and sustainable cities. So the problem for Istanbul is also pretty much same, that we are populated, we are most dense urban area in Turkey, and it's a seaside city. And also there are some problems with the built environment, that the building construction still follows conventional approaches, and building stock is largely old. Hence, use of air conditioners is spread, which is the source of electricity consumption. And building energy performance is widely measured with the heat insulation, whereas electricity consumption is still out of account. And fuel-based car use has the largest percentage on road, where the hybrid cars are still new and in the market, and electric charging system was also insufficient. And consumption of clean water is very dependent on the grid, so reuse systems are very rarely applied for new buildings. And also in the layout, in the urban layout, unlike sponge cities, it's very rare, it's very scarce of finding greenlands in the urban layout, which causes severe floods during the rain season, especially.
Can you please proceed to the conclusion section?
Yes, this is the end of my presentation. It's okay. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much again for the valuable and interesting presentation. So the next presentation is vertical cities.
I think Nabil is waiting for that. I don't know if Nabil can do that. It's in order to continue with the alternance. Sorry, Emre.
Sure.
Okay,
sure, no problem. Pleasure.
I call on the screen Ruba Azam to present us her work. I hope I have pronounced it well.
Yes, Ruba.
Ready?
Correct. Yes, thank you.
مرحبا.
أهلا بحضرتك. Allow me to share the screen if there's no problem.
She can
go ahead.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, on behalf of the co-authors, allow me to welcome you to a briefer version of the presentation to our study titled, The Role of Drop-in Centers in Street Children Intervention Programs, Design Guidelines and Adaptations of Humanitarian Emergency Architecture. To start off with, and for well over 3 decades, numerous countries around the world have been witnessing the presence of millions of children in street situations, subjecting them to various risks in what is most commonly known as the street children phenomena, caused by several driving forces, some of which could be sudden and unexpected as the breakout of war, while others could be gradual as economic breakdown, or even family dysfunction, as in the case of Egypt. And as a result of these various and changing causing forces and the large and fluctuating numbers of vulnerable involved children, the phenomena takes the form of a crisis which consequently needs responses characterized by being quick and rapid in construction and operation, adaptable, economic, to protect and rehabilitate the children. And we were able to identify 3 main stages of a comprehensive intervention process, each of which depends on corresponding architectural applications in order to host the children. For instance, the intermediate non-residential stage uses drop-in centers or reception centers to host these children. And despite the established vital role the drop-in centers play in the protection and rehabilitation of children, efforts of creating tailored centers face several obstacles, some of which are on the level of literature, as scarcity and datedness of architectural contributions addressing the quality of design of these centers, while others could be witnessed on the level of practice, where there's a noticeable gap between what architecture has to offer and the operational challenges facing the centers in real life. This has driven us to conduct an investigation in order to look for architectural applications with properties as those previously mentioned, and we were able indeed to find applications of an architectural field known as architecture for humanitarian emergencies, which is a field of architecture used in the case of emergencies due to political, economic, or even environmental dynamics in order to provide basic and emergency life-saving services as well as rehabilitative services to disaster-affected populations. And when these populations are children, one of the most famous architectural applications is child-friendly spaces. And so the aim of our research now is to contribute to literature on drop-in centers from an architectural perspective through providing solutions and guidelines for better quality design of drop-in centers while responding to operational challenges, and investigating the possibility of adapting solutions of CFSs to create more efficient drop-in centers. These centers are in essence daycare spaces that provide free access to a safe refuge to children in order to relieve them from stresses of living on the streets, while catering to their immediate and urgent needs by providing protective and rehabilitative services and introducing children to the concept of living off the streets and returning back to the family or joining a residential center. These centers are also found in the form of rental apartment units in already existing structures or buildings, or in the form of specially dedicated structures, as in the case of the Sunny Drop-in Center in Myanmar. And with our ability to understand what drop-in centers do, we started an investigation of their design guidelines and considerations in literature. However, the investigation uncovered insufficient discussions of architectural scenarios and structural typologies used, and insufficient discussions of the center operational process and challenges and the design responses to these challenges in real life, in addition to factors of time deficiency and economic sustainability of youth structures, which urges to conduct a contextual study of our own of drop-in centers in the Greater Cairo metropolis, where most of street-connected children reside in Egypt. And the study particularly focused on Atfal Ad al-Hayah program of the Risala Foundation, which is an NGO working with street-connected children. One of the many reasons why we chose this foundation was it using the largest number of drop-in centers that provide the highest coverage in Greater Cairo, 3 of which we studied in depth, that represented different scales of drop-in centers, and we analyzed them in terms of the program operational process of the center, as well as conducting a detailed study of the center design that took into consideration the center location, the different capacity, size, and modules of the centers, which are based in apartment units that weren't originally created to host the drop-in centers. And finally, we conducted a spatial program and usage pattern analysis of the centers and how children feel about the design of the centers and interact with the design and how they use the different center spaces for different purposes, while also conducting a comparative analysis between the center spatial rates as well as standard rates that we found out through our literature review. And from the highlights of the contextual study, very briefly, were its ability to give us an insight into the functional and realistic and well-functioning standard rate subspaces, as well as help us identify drop-in center operational challenges as the inability of the centers to cope with the fluctuating numbers of hosted children given the limited and unexpandable design spaces, as well as, for instance, the center lack of ability to cope with the changing nodes of congregations of the children throughout the city, given the usage of fixed structures. This finally helped us highlight the need for different structure typologies to face or address the previously identified challenges, which takes us to our investigation of design considerations and properties of CFSs used during humanitarian emergencies to try to fill in the previously identified gaps. CFSs, in essence, are safe environments that are created to host children affected by population movement, natural disasters, or protracted crises in order to provide them with rehabilitative services, whether it is in fixed settings as already existing structures, facilities, schools, in temporary settings as the CFS tent structure used in Turkey after the 1999 earthquake, or even in the form of mobile settings that provide an opportunity to reach hard to access populations due to geography or remoteness or even security, as in the case of the UNICEF truck-based CFS. And this understanding of what CFSs are and the different structure typologies that I mentioned very briefly enabled us to understand the properties of a space hosted in a CFS, including flexibility and adaptability, relocability through mobility or portability, and even scalability of spaces using modular spaces and multifunctional spaces, just to name a few properties. And through these two studies of the street children phenomena and drop-in centers as well as CFSs, we were able to identify intersections between drop-in centers and CFSs on different levels, some of which were the level of the target population, the level of required properties from the architectural applications of the two groups, the level of architectural application typology or setting, and finally the level of provided services from drop-in centers and CFSs in terms that they share similar attributes, both of which provide rehabilitative services to vulnerable children. And so based on these identified intersections and the previous studies, and in particular the contextual study, we were able to finally come up with a set of comprehensive design guidelines or considerations for designing more efficient drop-in centers from a technical design perspective, as well as psychosocial and administrative design perspectives shown in the tables in the presentation. This finally takes us to the final section of our presentation, which is the conclusion section, in which we reviewed some discussions. Perhaps the most important were the significance of an inclusive perception of the street children phenomena in acknowledging the different groups of street connected children, particularly non-homeless children, which would make great